Hilarious. Once again, shout out to people who have migrated over to Kick. I do want to say continually, this month we're doing a little bit different initiative. We're trying to drive our, we're trying to get everybody signed up to have an account that, shit happens in this world. Unfortunately, we're still not, back on Twitch, trying to, still talk to these people, see what's up. Nevertheless, it's been a year. We haven't been there. We've survived regardless. YouTube is kind of like, pretty much always our home. However, always got to shout out to Rumble. They came in at a very interesting time for us. They helped us out. And we built a large audience there. We are also, Kick, who they've showed me a lot of love just in many ways. In one, we kind of migrated over to Kick around about like 8 months ago. And like we do with every platform, we're kind of pushing to try to get to like 100,000 people signed up and subscribed to us. And, Kick has some incentives in there for us, just to be honest. So, again, hopefully we could get some, added promotion from them. We kind of, help bring some audience here. We'll try to work it out. So, just the update for everybody. Yes, we're, hopefully this is the year we get back on Twitch. But until then, we're not going to forget the people who have also helped us out while we are, doing our thing. One being Rumble. This is the reason why we still stream on Rumble. I had a deal on there. But also Kick. So again, there might be a portion, or actually there is going to be a portion of this stream that is going to be pretty much a Rumble only, but I'll give you some time to kind of like get on over if you want to catch those couple like hours or whatever of that stream. Everything will still be uploaded on YouTube. So if you're one of those people who are like, man, I'm not going to another browser or whatever, that's fine too. I adopt the motto of meeting you wherever you're at rather than forcing you to come somewhere else. So even if we have certain initiatives at time trying to, build these many different platforms we're on, I want to make sure you guys know that I'm still going to come to you wherever you watch me at, which is if it's Spotify, Apple Music, anywhere where you see podcasts, I'll be there. If you watch on the Academy, you like your long full stream there, you might watch the day after with no clip-ins or no cut-ups. You can watch it there. If you like watching it clipped out the next day on King Academics, you'll be able to watch it there as well. And I think we try to provide this audio or this experience everywhere, no matter where you can find it. So Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, Kick. We don't do X anymore. We might do X if there's a big moment. Actually, the next time I plan on doing X is when Drake is dropping. And Iceman on the way, okay? But we'll have a fabulous, very, huge stream. Don't worry. I'm asking Drake one favor, okay? This is my only favor that I'm asking Drake, okay? Purposely, this rollout, I've been detached. I've been not involved. I know you guys love claiming that Drake is leaking music through me. No, I'm MP3 thugging, however I can. He hasn't given me a song to leak. You might not believe it, but he hasn't. Or maybe I think he leaks it and then I get it. Whatever, who cares? Do I know when he's dropping? People keep asking now. Do you know when Drake is dropping? Kind of have an idea. But not necessarily know the full intricacies or the full plan or whatever the case is. And that's by design. Obviously, you guys do know me and Drake, we have a relationship. Some may call it friendship. I feel like it's a it's somewhat of friendship and, business associate leverage with, I think when he has highs, I have highs. When I have highs, that may look good on him, whatever. So I kind of look at it as a mix of the two. Clearly, I could just go ask him and pester around and be like, hey, I want this information to break exclusively. But this time around, I wanted not only for the fans, but also for me, I wanted to kind of sit back and be able to genuinely critique, which means if he does a trash rollout, I could sit here and be like, yeah, this ain't it. Like that last version of the last episode of what do you call it again? The last episode of the Iceman like live streams. I didn't like it that much. I didn't like it. Obviously, I wish actually I do. I'm glad I did get an explanation. Later on, I did talk to him. What he told me then was that, Ak basically put out a bunch of songs that are kind of like older, like even the ones we've heard. Not sure about what did I miss, but these other songs you're hearing previewing while he's driving the truck, they're kind of older songs. Like they weren't like meant to be whatever. And then he did tell me in particular to like that last episode, he was like, yo, listen, I have a fucking tour to do. I'm overseas and I'm still trying to get episodes done. I'm fucking super tired from actual tour, but I'm also trying to cook up new music. I'm trying to get an album ready and I got to put everything together, which obviously is very stressful. And I think that's probably the explanation of why that last stream, I think it was episode 4, was a little bit like discombobulated. We couldn't really fully see where it was going. And, I think people are looking for some payoff from watching 3 episodes, and we probably didn't get it. So, he did give me a personal explanation, but other than that, and I'm keeping it honest with you. I hope y'all do believe that, right? I think in the age of media now, I told you the best thing you could get in media is, this is my new motto. Just trust your gut. Don't trust me. Don't trust somebody. Just trust your gut. If it smells a little funky, smells like it stinks, somebody farted. Okay. If you see some smoke, maybe there's some fire. Trust your gut. Don't necessarily trust one person over the other. Everyone has a little bit of bias. I've told you, I'm a human too. I got some biases. The truest thing I could do is kind of let you know what the biases would be, and then from whatever I say afterwards, you guys could be like, you know what? I get it. I see why he's saying that because that's his guy, or I see why he's saying, it's fine. You guys make up your mind either way, right? Obviously, that's not what most people in the media space do. I think many people in the media space, rather than being fully transparent, they're still trying to do the old school method of, act like they're the arbiter of truth while they're all being super biased and super influenced by whoever their friend is or whoever's threatening them behind the scenes, right? I'm just going to come out with it and say it. Which one is better? I don't know. I think my strategy over the years of just kind of keeping it 100 with the audience has worked. Probably not worked in certain things because people could use a lot of things against me, like, well, he did say this, which probably should have not been said if I'm trying to go with their method, but who cares? So, back to before I went on that little side quest. So my only request to Drake, and I didn't even ask him yet. So don't think my request has anything with me actually having knowledge of when he's dropping. I'm just hearing it's not too far away, but it could be far away. So I haven't confirmed with him, but I'm going to make one request. Okay? I need him not to drop on this date. If Drake gives a fuck about me, if you don't know, I'm having my live show in Miami, Friday, March 27th. Everybody, please go buy tickets. Please put the link in all the chats. It's in my bio on Instagram. Please go cop some tickets. I want to see you. I hope you guys want to meet me. If you've been watching me for years, that would be great. It's going to be a lovely time. But I'm going to be in Florida, and I'm going to be fully prepared to deliver a classic show live. And if Drake drops on the 26th, it will be devastating because everybody knows there's only one place on the internet that you could comfortably enjoy a entertaining reaction and stream of Drake's album. That day, rain or shine, for sickness, for health, or whatever they say when you're getting married, I have to be live when that album touches the street. We got to be sitting here enjoying it live. And yes, Henny Demics will be back because I'm bringing 2 handles of Henny that day. I might be hooked up to an IV. It doesn't matter. But whenever Iceman drops, this is the only place we could watch it. We all know. Everybody knows. Come on. But I need him not to drop on this day. He could drop before. He could drop after. But leave the 27th that I could be in Miami doing my show, interacting with the audience. If he drops a week after, a week before, we're good. So that's my only request. I'll tell you what he reacts to that. That this is like an interesting strategy of figuring out the date. I'm gonna just get him to at least confirm he won't drop on one date. Right? Be like, yo, just don't drop on the 27th. So that's the thing. All right. Anyway, if you guys are in the South Florida area or Florida in general, or if you're in Atlanta, anywhere, South period, if you could get to Miami, we will be in Miami March 27th. Meet and greet tickets have all sold out. The VIP tickets have all sold out, but we do have amazing other seats and other tickets available. And regardless, we're all going to be in the same building. We're going to have a good time. All right? Perfect. Let's get into it, chat. I'm going to tell you now, as I prepared for what's long coveted, which is a early stream, which is today. I'm telling you, I've committed myself mentally to a 8-hour stream today. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to react to. And for me to get through everything today, I need to do about 8 hours. And I think usually a good stream of ours is 6. Today I'm going for 8. So I'm looking to rock out till around like 8 o'clock. And hopefully if you're at work, you're driving, you're doing anything that I'm either keeping you awake, alert, entertaining you in your earbud, playing through the speakers of your car, or otherwise, I hope you could rock out with me for those time or those hours as well. Okay. All right. First things first. And by the way, somebody said stop lying. No, I'm staying on it for 8 hours. You got to get 8 today. I got to get 8. Pause. Real quick, as all the chats are coming in, please check in. Also, shout out to my people on Kick. Again, remember, at some point we will migrate over to Kick. I do want to let you guys know this from now. Okay. Real quick check-in. If you're on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, please check in. Let me know where you're from, where you're repping. And I like to get like an understanding of who's in the building, that when we start getting into topics, I can see what you guys may care about more just based on regions that you're tuning in from. Okay. You know what? We're even going to go live on Facebook today. We get about like 60 viewers on Facebook, but you know what? Those 60 viewers matter. They definitely do. All right. Cool. So, we good? I think we're good. Tampa in the building, South Africa in the building, Brooklyn, Kingston, Jamaica, Nassau, Bahamas. We got Oregon. We got Dallas, Guyana, University of North Carolina. Oh, shit, you bumping into the dorms? What's up with you, brother? Philly, Nebraska, Boston, Kansas City, El Paso, Texas, India, Guyana, Jersey, Toronto, Denver, Long Island, Harlem, Columbus, Ohio, the 614, Beantown. We, of course, got Polk County, Florida, Baton Rouge. We got Houston, Texas in the building. We got Arkansas. We got Mercury. Where's that? Mercury what? Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Detroit. It's cold in the D, ain't it? Atlantic City bumping in here. Mile High. Okay, Mile High City in here. We got St. Pete. Of course, let me get to YouTube. We got Quebec in the building. Oh, shit. Orlando, Alaska. Yo, Atlanta got a lot of little baddies out there, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Broward. What's cracking with y'all? Oh, shit. Virginia Beach, Baltimore City. Who else? Sacramento, all the way. London, England. You're not from Alaska. Stop capping. Luiska, Zambia. Are you from Zambia for real? Somebody said they're clocking in from YouTube University. Well, it's not Streamer University. That's where you can really get a PhD. Ask Somalia. Vegas. Okay, Vegas in the building. WeHo. That's West Hollywood, huh? Palm Beach, Tampa, Florida. I've always wanted to go to Tampa. I've never been there. Palm Beach, again. Zimbabwe. Shout out to Zimbabwe. Sometimes I make y'all the butt of my jokes. Don't feel offended. North Bergen, New Jersey. That's in Bergen County, huh? Iran. Okay. All right. A lot of Jersey people in the building. We are good. You're not from Wakanda. Okay. Legos in the building too. Last thing, also my birthday show, which is, if you don't know, my birthday is May 17th. It is going down again, once again in New York. So for the people who are in New York who are saying, damn, we went to a lit show last year, are you going to do it again? We are doing it again. Okay. And our third show will be announced, but I think we're going to Toronto. And then our fourth show, we're going to go either West Coast or Houston. Okay. With a honorable mention to Chicago. Okay. We might have a virtual show. Remember when Rolling Loud did the virtual Rolling Loud? Yo, y'all remember this? Y'all remember virtual Rolling Loud? That was crazy. Virtual Rolling Loud. When niggas would just look. Look. Yo, hold on. I don't want to get copyrighted, but the virtual Rolling Loud, man. COVID, yo, could you imagine that COVID really had us this fucking shook? We're all in the house. Now nobody gives a fuck. Somebody coughs, you look at them like this, you're like, what the fuck? completely locked down. Now we don't hear nothing about COVID. I don't even think they diagnose it anymore. Do they diagnose COVID anymore? Very interesting, huh? It's as if COVID just disappeared and we don't know why. It was all the blast. It was like, oh, people keep getting sicker and sicker. There's no hospital beds. And then after a while, they're like, yeah, we're opening everything back. We never heard about it again. Very interesting. I think that's a testament to the news cycle. You know, I've been really fascinated by just really how the news could dictate what's going on. If you leave it to like the news you consume, certain things happen in bulks. When there's a time for, oh, the police are harassing or killing unarmed black men, you see 8 of those stories back-to-back weeks. Oh my God, this is the biggest thing in the world. Then all of a sudden, no more mention of it. It's like it stopped. Wait, police don't kill black people no more? Nobody reports on it. The media is a very interesting thing, man. It could be the source of your, it could keep you informed or keep you misinformed. It also could be a magician. Show you something else to blind you from what's happening in front of your face. So, you know, always be aware of that, even with me. Because even though I work in the media, I am also sometimes a victim of the media cycle, where not necessarily me personally, but you want to cover what everybody else is talking about, but then you get to realize there's almost like puppeteer hands that kind of move the focus along, right? I mean, the U.S. government is doing it currently right now. Oh, y'all niggas talk about El Mencho. All right, bet. It's kind of a good story. Let's talk about it. Hey, let's talk about Iran. All right, bet. Good story. Whole time they just wanted to stop talking about Epstein files. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't cool for them. They're like, all right, woo, got these niggas out of here. All right, they're focusing over there. Drop 20 more bombs on these niggas real quick. Drop 20 more bombs. They'll forget about the list. Drop 20 more bombs right there. Yep, got them. Interesting thing how the media works, right? Anyway, we will try our best to remain neutral and not forget. And we will talk a little bit about what's going on in Congress, because they did just depose the former president of the United States, Bill Clinton, and also his first lady, Hillary Clinton, which I have so much respect for her. So much respect. You know, you're going to come to see. You know, a lot of these, you know, when you watch the Shade Room, you ever see these comments when they see like whether Speed pop out with a white girl or whoever pop out, they'll be like, yo, these white bitches, they're disloyal, they're this, they're the devils. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm looking at public examples. I see Moneybag Yo girl cheating on him with Le Bebe. I see his other baby mama getting caught up, calling both of them out. I see YoungBoy beefing with about 85 side chicks and baby moms. And I see Hillary Clinton up on that goddamn Capitol Hill in a deposition. And when they ask her straight up, what did you think about when Bill Clinton was asked, or he suggested that he likes some young? Did you look at your husband basically getting rubbing tugs from them young bitches? You know what she says? I ain't here to give y'all no opinions. This ain't time for no opinions. She held that nigga down. She held that nigga down. When y'all be saying it's only, hey, I love my black queens. And you know what? My chat queens, oh my God. I got a couple of them. We should be besties. I love them. But sometimes y'all give white women a bad rap. I got to keep it a bean. I got a lot of examples of these chicks. As soon as shit go wrong, they're up on Instagram, Shade Room, their story time, TikTok. They're spilling the beans. They got receipts for days. We just seen with Johnny Blaze. She got like black eyes, bruised faces. How you stay with a nigga for 2 years and keep 5,000 receipts? Why didn't you leave? Why you keep clicking save for the day that the check evaporates? Now it's time to expose. What's going on out here? I seen Hillary Clinton hold it down. They tried every which way. How do you feel about your husband fucking all them hoes? You know what Hillary told these motherfuckers? I don't got no feelings. Woo! Yes! Hey! That should trend on TikTok. Now, we're not into like the maybe possible pedophilic or weird shit that Bill was doing. But you know what a good wife does? Bitch, y'all can't tell me nothing about this little dirty dick nigga that she with. What? You can't tell her nothing. You know Bill was cheating on you, right? What are we talking about here? They tried to rage bait her. Your husband got head in the Oval Office and was fucking on the island getting... Yo, did you see this picture of him getting massaged? I bet you could massage him like that. He was probably getting neck and throat from them young girls who really know how to suck dick. How you feel about that? You know what Hillary did? She could have got on some Ari shit. She could have got on some Young Miami shit. You know what she did? My husband, a good man. What y'all talking about here? What we talking about? One flip on her nigga. Not one time. She don't even say, oh, I'm disappointed in him. Oh, he's a cheater. Cardi B is on a full-blown tour. Cardi B is like most black and Hispanic women. I love y'all. Trust me. Y'all are my flavor. Don't you worry. But Cardi B is up on stage. Y'all gotta stop playing with a bitch like me. Cardi, if you don't cut the fuckery, this is your second nigga you've had a kid with in 15 months. He got 7 other baby mamas. And the first nigga you was with, he had 4. Y'all got like the Brady Bunch, the ghetto version going on. How the hell you talking about they can't play with somebody like you? What are you talking about? You are giving the examples that these niggas should work with. If you date Cardi B after seeing a nigga have 6 kids on her in a year, if you don't at least have 3, you stupid. Talking about you can't play with her. Come on, Cardi. I love you, girl. You know I love you. I'm gonna be at your tour. Don't worry. Don't worry. I see you get your twerking on. You doing your thing now, but hold up, man. Cut it out. Stop it. Cardi gets in a beef with Offset. She's on Spaces every day, airing him out. Offset, you broke. You a bitch. You this. You that. Now, this football player, you know she's ready to expose a nigga too. You can't play with a bitch like me. Yo, this. Stop it. Hillary Clinton don't do that. I'm sorry. I gotta commend the chicks that hold it down. And maybe I gotta get my Hispanics out of it, but I can't because Cardi's Hispanic. Because I was gonna say Vanessa Bryant, God rest Kobe's soul, because she held it down too. She sat beside Kobe and Kobe was like, yeah, I know what they're accusing me of, but you know. And when they looked at Vanessa, they said, what you think about your husband? You know that was cheating, right? He cheated and possibly committed a crime. 1st degree felony. He could be serving life. You know what she did? She just dangled that motherfucking big ass rock that Kobe bought her. And she was just basically like, y'all think y'all about to get me to talk bad about my husband? I'm about to go back and we about to go in a Ferrari truck and we about to go back to our $40 million mansion and your bitch is going to be broke. Never said nothing bad about Kobe. That's a queen. Now, I'm not saying women should tolerate cheating, infidelity, all that. What I'm saying is that I got to support the queens who they keep in-house business in-house. We don't know what's going on. Also, don't think that I'm saying black women are the worst because they're definitely not. Shout out to Savannah James. You know how many times LeBron been caught while he's chewing on that fucking stank-ass mouthpiece, looking into the stands. He's hovering over like this because he's 40 years old. How much steroids could you take, gang? And he's looking into the stands, and there's a sky breed type blonde white girl with blue eyes looking at him, licking her lips. I fucking him. Basically, LeBron's like trying to mouth his room number. You know what type of time it is. You ain't never see Savannah James come out and say, this cheating ass motherfucker, this loyal. Matter of fact, we don't even know nothing LeBron ever did. Actually, LeBron seems perfect because his wife, whatever he did or possibly didn't do, always kept it P. Keep it in the house. When we walk out, you never know. She throwing Louboutin heels at his head, pots, pans. It's dodgeball up in the crib. You know what it is? Fuck basketball. It's dodgeball time now. Yo, Bronny, yo, give me your fucking basketball shoes. You ain't using it for nothing anyway. LeBron, you bitch. Whap. He ducking. But I love Savannah James. She's a woman. You ain't never see that lead a crib. Never. I ain't never see her throw a sneak this out. Oh, I could do better. These bitches is talking about they want $50,000 a month. $50,000. You like 3 pictures of a girl. They're putting up Justin LeBoy stories talking about, I need to be treated like a queen. I could do better. I got to stop cheating myself. Bitch, what is you talking about? What is you talking about? Already ready to expose a nigga who's paying her rent. Bankrolling her entire lifestyle. Not Hillary Clinton. Not Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton understand the program. Hillary Clinton understand the program. Monica Lewinsky possessed. I keep telling y'all, sometimes y'all got to embrace the side chick. Monica Lewinsky was given national security fellatio. Come on now. She was probably doing it away. Hillary, you just can't. It's okay, baby girl. That's just what it is. So I just want to salute, as I get into this, the women who are holding their men down. It's of all races. We have one or two, but I'm ashamed of the ones who on Instagram just like airing it out. Shut up, man. Tell that to the cops of the court. Get out of here, man. What the fuck? When you showing off the gifts, you never tell us that shit, right? Like, these bitches show off like, hey, it's my 3rd Rolls Royce. Look at this. He bought me a condo. Shut up. You never told us that he blacked your eye, then brought you to the dealership. But when it's all said and over, now you're giving us the tea. Get out of here, whore. Respectfully, right? You ain't tell us when it's going on. You tell us when you can't benefit no more. Fuck out of here. So I want to just salute the women who hold it down. And whatever they go through, because we do know that great women go through a lot. They keep it pee, they keep it quiet, and they hold their man down. And also, those men should hold them down too. Not only in terms of making sure they're living good, but also not trash them as well. You shouldn't look to embarrass your woman, right? So a lot of these guys, there's no guy in entertainment faithful. None. You're not supposed to look to embarrass your chick, but niggas gonna do what they gonna do, right? So, you know, most women, they kind of understand. They're like, there's a respectful way of doing things. Respectful, right? You know, I don't know if young boys following that model, but you know what it is. There's a little bit of a respectful way to do it. Out of sight, out of mind. Just keep it off the gram, Crody. Keep it off the gram. Please. Please. At least let your wife look like she's the queen on the gram. Right? Please. But, you know, such is the case. That wasn't necessarily my opening monologue, but I am glad to have you guys here. I told you, just stick with me. We got about 8 hours to get through. And if you rock with me, I'll rock with you, and we'll have a good time no matter how. All right. First and foremost, we do have to address and update you guys on what's going on in a few places. We spoke a lot about what happened here, and if you don't know, we're now getting some pictures of what is being purported as El Mencho funeral, where people have pointed out that, you know, he's still being exalted, even in death. Okay. And people have shown on social media that the body of CJNG cartel leader El Mencho arrived in Mexico City, and it was heavily being escorted by National Guards. Now, interesting enough, remember, in the wake of his death, a little bit of a oxymoron there, but still, you get what I mean. In the wake of his death, his organization, CJNG, was actually, you know, kind of ordered by another person, a guy named El Tuli, which is, you know, down the leadership chain from El Mencho, to murder any National Guard members if they so saw them. Okay? Why? Because it was retaliation by the CJNG cartel to let the government of Mexico know, you can't just fuck with us like that. If you think we're going to live in a environment where you think that whenever you want to press a button, you could kill our leader, we're going to make you pay for it. We're going to burn the city. We're going to kill you guys. And we're going to make sure you know it's not safe unless we have this almost underground handshake or one of those head nod agreements. Hey, listen, we won't go too crazy. You don't fuck with us. But if you think that you're going to twist our arms and bend us to your will and completely eradicate us, prepare to go to war, and we're down to go all 12 rounds. clearly, I've always told you about Mexico. Mexico is a very interesting melting pot when it comes to how crime, violence, poverty, politics all kind of mix in the same batch. Essentially, you get these cartels who essentially take over these cities and neighborhoods, and they call them La Plaza, right? And they kind of use that to build their lucrative drug trafficking business. Most of the drugs, whether it's a intermediary spot or it originates, a lot of those things are lab created at this point, mostly fentanyl and stuff like that. They source some of the actual natural required substances to synthesize those things from like China and other places. But they'll create it there, and it's really lucrative if they could just get, even if a bunch get caught, you get some fentanyl into the United States. Obviously, we have incentive not to do that, but incentive not to let that continue to happen. So we want to get those people caught, or we want to stop that. But it becomes very more interesting because it's politics, right? We want to make sure the Mexican government, as just in plain terms, they're a bitch. If we tell them to do something, they jump, or they say how high. If we say jump, how high? That's what it is. They obviously capitulated. We gave them intel. They killed El Mencho. El Mencho people went crazy. They're killing National Guards. Nevertheless, it kind of shows the balance and probably the still very intense or hot and cold relationship they have to have with drug cartels, because if a drug cartel leader died and his men took aim at National Guard members and killed supposedly up to 30 of them, the bounty was supposedly 20,000 pesos, which was like $1,200 per guy. They were offering $1,200 to kill like a law enforcement agent in Mexico. Nevertheless, when El Mencho gets buried, it goes to show how the government has to treat it. They can't just like disrespect it and disregard it. They kind of have to be like, hey, listen, we understand he held some importance in many places. In many of these cities that they occupied, El Mencho wasn't just considered like some terrorist. He was considered as the lifeline of those places. He helped those businesses survive, even if he taxed them. They have an interesting relationship with drug cartels and their leaders in those places, in those municipalities. It's seen like, okay, these guys, they do evil things, but they're more good than bad. They're more good than bad. And they do the things that government can't do or don't care to do. They care about the little man. And that's important for people. So it's a Robin Hood effect when it comes to how people view most drug dealers if they're smart. If the drug dealers are smart, you want the people to love you if the government hates you. And the people usually will rally for you or help conceal some of your actions or not wage, protest the government to get you locked up, which is good. Anyway, El Mencho dies, and the same people who got killed in the aftermath, the National Guard has to escort his body. That sounds crazy. But they have to escort his body to a safe funeral or memorial that will be a public spectacle, which, by the way, if you're thinking about the war on drugs, or if you think that killing El Mencho is supposed to stop all this cartel nonsense, imagine now you have martyrized the guy. So you killed the guy, which now you make him, in essence, a martyr. And you have to put on a lavish or escort his body while a lavish funeral gets put on that he becomes mythicized. What do you think that's going to create for the young Mexican boy that's coming up? He's going to see El Mencho and hear the stories, and he sees this big ass parade in Mexico City. You don't think he's going to say, I want to be El Mencho? But nevertheless, that's what happens. This is a video. You see the soldiers or the National Guard, whatever. They have ambulances in case there is a shootout. And they are escorting the body. Now it appears the body is probably in this. This is before they probably do the funeral home stuff. Okay. So this is before he goes to the funeral home. So I'm guessing they probably use this, even though it says ambulance. They probably use this as a coroner's van. They transport the body there. It's heavily guarded. right? Remember, they had the body. And by the way, not to get all geopolitical, because I know we've kind of been there recently, but we don't want to do it all the time. Shout out to my man who's in the armed forces. He actually watched my last stream. My man Shane, that's my brother, and he had hit me, and he was kind of like kind of correcting certain stuff in terms of military and the conversation I was having with Myron. But I remember, and without doxing him because I don't want him to get in trouble, he was on the naval ship that after they killed bin Laden, they brought his body back to the ship. And of course, they got all the samples or whatever from bin Laden. And the samples to confirm that it's him, whatever. They take a whole lot of stuff. But ultimately, what they did was they washed his body, they prayed over him, they wrapped him in a white cloth, and they threw his ass overboard. And that was supposedly a very decent way of handling a corpse in the Islamic religion. But the reason why they did that, then returning his body to the people, I think it was found in Pakistan, right? But return his body to maybe, obviously we're not going to return to a criminal organization, but Afghanistan or whatever, was to not create a martyr, right? You don't want them having some crazy funeral for Osama bin Laden, and now every little motherfucking kid is like, yo, I want to be like Allahu Akbar Osama right here. Fuck out of here. We're not doing that, right? So we threw his ass over the fucking, naval carrier, handled him with care. But if you want to go find him, catch him down there with the sharks and the fishes, my nigga. We're not putting him back in motherfucking Afghanistan. Y'all have no fucking parade. Fuck out of here. Respectfully. So anyway, obviously it's a little bit different. This is Mexico, and you gotta, what you gonna do? Like burn the body of the guys? They're gonna hate you even more. So they gotta return the body of El Mencho, and it looked like they do. They escort it, right? And they probably bring it to a funeral home that the family probably agrees with, right? And it is now, there's photos of his casket or videos of his casket that's now kind of come to light. Let me see. Because apparently they're saying the leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel was buried on Monday in a shiny gold casket with enormous flower wreaths and a large military presence in a state that gave name to one of the most powerful Mexican cartels. This is a picture of his casket, and there's a few other, I guess this is like the hearse or funeral procession, and yeah, this is like his body, obviously in a casket, being loaded into the hearse, and that will be the conclusion of the story of El Mencho, at least his life and death. Okay. Yeah. So if you guys are wondering about that, yes. Now, I didn't bring this up earlier before, but the government did release some videos of his hideout, and this is the place where they caught him. And, it was like a really rural town, rural city. It's like you can see it's really modest. And he was just chilling here. He was kind of trying to lay low. He was a guy who never had many pictures of taken of him. He was trying to stay out the way, but also blend in, right? But not blend in the way where it's like, yo, park 20 Rolls Royces outside. No. He was trying to blend in. Obviously, this guy's a billionaire. Not too much over the top, but obviously not clay walls and fucking, kerosene lanterns, right? Like he was living pretty decent. This is the house. And, yeah. So, they had a little bit of food, My boy kept that hot sauce going. I see what's popping on here. Okay. What's this? A little taco or what is this shit? Okay. All right. I believe this is, in Mexican, religious stuff, these candles mean a lot. He still had a little swag, got the Hermes, got the Balmain. You know what I mean? Like, yo, yeah, because stop playing with Mensch now. Mensch had that drip, though. Stop playing with Mensch. He wasn't going too crazy, but I just got to let you know, he had that shit on. He want to let niggas, I had that shit on, man. Got a little Hermes, got a little Balmain, still doing his thing. He was on the run. Now, one of the things, and you'll notice here in the corner, One of the reasons why they caught him was that over the years, El Mencho was suffering from a kidney issue. It required him to have many treatments within hospital settings and a lot of expert physicians that would oversee his health. It became incredibly difficult over the years because he would go to sometimes hospitals. They would try to lock it down. He'd go in there, but then the government or, these authorities would find out and they'd try to okay, now we know he's really critically sick. We could probably catch him when he has to go for his checkup, right? Because this guy's moving around. He had many houses, many. Over time, they kind of realized it's becoming, they're cutting it close. They're almost about to get caught a lot of these times. They then would try to have in-home treatments. You would see some tablets. I don't know what tablets these are, whatever, but he had a health issue. So he was trying to get treated as much as he could within the confines of not going to the hospital or not going into any type of healthcare facility. But, that's one of the things. There was a time that because he didn't have a public appearance, people thought he had died, that he passed away. Of course, for him, that would be in his benefit because people would stop looking for him if they thought he died. But subsequently, they realized he was still alive. He was just remaining super low-key. And such is the case, when they go into the place. And by the way, it was kind of like a private community. It's like a private community, right? There's kind of a gate here, whatever. And as the story goes, at the end of the day, we're not going to blame women for anything because it's really the desire and lust of men. If us dudes could fix ourselves in a way that we're not fucking neutered, but we could control the urges that have to do with sexuality in women or even just a companionship, that would go a long way. If you don't know, his wife was actually arrested years ago for money laundering, and she did some time, but it became really critically and really hard for them to even whatever. So it's El Mencho. Come on, El Mencho can't have one chick, right? If Young Boy got 55, come on, El Mencho got at least have 30, right? Come on, bro. Come on. So El Mencho had a couple girls, and yes, he had the baddies. I've seen a couple of girls, he had the baddies. El Mencho wasn't fucking with 5s and 6s. I'm going to let you know that now. He's fucking with 9s and 10s. He had a couple baddies, bring them over. They suck on his dick, pipe them out, whatever, do what he do. And apparently, that's how the government caught on to him. They caught on him realizing that El Mencho, he liked a bad bitch. Don't we all? You ain't make $1 billion not to fuck a bitch. Come on. So my boy essentially was tracked, or his location was tracked, and his habits were tracked after they figured out a woman that he would see semi-frequently. So he would see a woman that would come over and, do his thing. And they kind of tracked his location, his habits, who usually is at the house through that. Now, we're not sure if the woman, and by the way, I don't want to bring any women on screen because there's a few of his women who have been doxxed. And those people are actually in fear of their lives right now because, they're all trying to come out nah, it wasn't me. Because you would imagine if you're the woman who fucking, obviously not knowingly, but you got traced and followed or surveilled and they found El Mencho, they're going to kill you. You got to go and your family got to go. It's a cartel. You know how to give it up. So I won't show any particular woman, but they're bad. I looked at him and I was like, my boy has some good taste. Now, El Mencho, what age did he die at? He was 59, but trust me, he was on Diddy timing. When I mean Diddy timing, Diddy is 55 or whatever age Diddy is, probably 54. Diddy wasn't fucking with average bitches. He liked the baddies. He liked the one, Diddy got some taste. We got to be honest. And so did El Mencho. El Mencho, he had the pick of the litter, and that's how supposedly they caught up with him. They caught up with him through a woman. I'm going to stop going down that rabbit hole there, really just out of responsibility, not trying to pull up any possible woman that people could feel like those are, or that was the woman, because their lives could be in danger. So that's what's going on, at least with El Mencho. People are rapidly trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do? Who's going to take over the organization? They're wondering about interruption in the business. Is rival gangs looking at this opportunity as moments to seize? Other cartels in other areas, are they going to look at this as weakness? From what I hear, there are several people within this infrastructure that already have, marching orders and already they know how the shit's going to go down. So it's not going to be a power vacuum. It's not going to topple them. It's basically just going to create new leaders. And the show, unfortunately for, maybe the Americans and us, the show does go on. So if you thought that Elemental was out of here, no. All right. So yeah, they torched stuff. They blocked this. Okay. 73 people dead, including 25 National Guards. It's a lot of stuff, right? See bullet holes all over the place. There's also a little bit more pictures. Let's see if I can find it here. Again, the house looks pretty good, Okay, we see that stuff. Okay, anything else? Okay, it looks like we don't have too much. Okay. I feel like I've seen a little bit more somewhere else, but it's okay if we can't find it. All right, so yeah, all good. So it's like he was living like in his country club place. And apparently like every few weeks or so he would move. So this is not his permanent residence. He would stay here for a month, then leave. Stay in another house for a month, then leave. And that's how, with no pattern that people could track, it helped him. Okay. Rest in peace, Mencho. Obviously, we're not in support of drug dealers or cartels. However, he's a notable figure, at least in Mexican culture, for better or for worse. Other than that, let me also put you up to speed on a few other things before we get into some hip hop. And we do have some hip hop topics here. Don't you worry. We're not going to just keep it political or keep it, international, whatever. But, I do understand that this is where you guys come to for news in general. I think that's our thing now, right? Really quickly, in AI news, artificial intelligence, that is, a big beef is going on. And remember I told you about artificial intelligence, and I said, AI is so interesting, but the goal of AI was never for the end product to just be ChatGPT, right? It's not just to be like, Microsoft Copilot or like Google Gemini or, whatever they got going on. It's really the only way AI will ever last. It has to be so expansive, so dominating, where it's installed in everything we do in our lives. It's probably, and not probably, it's, without, these companies admitting it, it's going to pretty much replace the majority of human necessity in work or in the workforce. So it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. But it will become profitable, and that's the idea of AI, when it completely is inputted in everything we do. AI could shop for you. AI could, figure out a problem and almost like suggest a solution, or it gets to the point where AI just fixes it. Or maybe we have robots in our house that if you say, hey, listen, I don't know why the sink is leaking. The AI says, okay, I'm going to figure out the problem. I'll just fix it. The fucking robot, which has AI built into it, just does it. Yes, it is kind of going into where iRobot kind of like foreseen a lot of things. And all these things will be powered by AI. Now, obviously, the fear is always like, AI takes over and be like, you know what? The stupid person here is the human. Let's get rid of them, right? Like that's always the fear. And that's the idea that the artificial intelligence become what they call sentient, which means it now has not only a brain, but it's able to think autonomously, and it could make the right decisions for humanity, even beyond the programming that it has. And the moment it says, you know what? The problem is the people who are making mistakes. That's not perfect, like quote unquote AI. That's supposedly where people are fearing human extinction, right? Anyway, as we still struggle with where it's going, I told you about the business realm of it. Right now, AI is hemorrhaging money all over the place. Like OpenAI, the company that makes Sora, ChatGPT, they're losing supposedly $15 million a day. Think about that, $15 million. They're not bringing in profit, but because everybody believes in AI, everybody keeps investing. So how are they surviving? Everybody keep investing, and hopefully at the point I said where AI is everywhere, then they'll start making money because everybody will be paying for AI. So it's really a cup full or cup empty, view of AI right now. If you ask me, my personal opinion, I think it's going to be a cup half full where AI is going to be an additive to our life, but it really won't take over. And most of those companies that are banking it takes over, they're going to go away. And the super companies like, Apple, Amazon, this and third, they'll be able to settle. They're going to take some losses, but they'll be able to settle with utilizing AI to help what they got going on already, but not completely abandon what they got going on for AI. So that's my thought. I'll get to the newest news, things that you may care about, is that the company I just mentioned, OpenAI, is the leader. OpenAI is the leader in AI right now, okay? It is the one company that people, it spearheaded so much of this AI, technology and these LLMs, these large language models, where it is pushing the scope of AI so far, and they've furthered the technology really through their efforts, that they're seen as the leader. They're seen as really important. They're seen, and this guy, I'm going to talk about him in a second, Sam Altman, he's seen as like Steve Jobs. So OpenAI is like they're one of the first, but they're one of the biggest, right? Obviously, what comes behind like OpenAI, you have Google, who got their own AI. You have Amazon, who's flirting with AI. You have X, which is, Elon's company. They have their AI, XAI, which you might know, Grok. And also, there's this other company. That was primarily the second biggest. And their name is Anthropic. They actually had a Super Bowl commercial, and you may have not heard of the name Anthropic before, but Anthropic Super Bowl ad. They had an ad basically clowning. It's like Pepsi and Coca-Cola with them and OpenAI. So they made a joke. Look, here we go.
Hey, can I get a six-pack quickly?
Perfect. That is a clear and achievable goal.
So this person's acting like they're AI.
Would you like me to tailor a personalized workout plan?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me personalize this for you. Let's start with your age, weight, and height. Whenever you're ready.
5'7", 23 years old, 140 pounds.
Got it. I'll create a plan that focuses on aesthetic strength training. But confidence isn't just built in the gym. Try Step Boost Max, the insoles that add 1 vertical inch of height and help short kings stand tall.
What?
Use code HeightMaxing10 for big discounts.
Okay, so essentially, and I'm trying to explain this pretty simply to y'all. So we got OpenAI, that's ChatGPT or whatever. They're number one. Number two is not really like Google and whoever else, or even Grok or with XAI at that point. It's really Anthropic. They're taking aim at OpenAI. It's like a Coke and Pepsi type of like beef. And they're clowning them because they're saying, y'all are making AI, but because y'all losing so much money, remember I said $50 million a day? OpenAI is going to go bankrupt at a point if they can't continually raise funding. So every so often they need 50 billion, 100 billion. They keep having to raise money. And they keep, after they raise money, make big promises. That's how, I'm going to show you this like really cyclical way of how, I've told you about the money isn't real thing, where it's like, these people are just creating artificial wealth and worth. Because OpenAI is losing money, it's now come to pass that OpenAI, what people are believing is that, say you use ChatGPT, they're saying ChatGPT is open to have ads in the AI. So imagine saying, hey, ChatGPT, yo, my car broke down. I'm on the side of the road. How could I do da-da-da-da? And before it tells you the real answer, that it has all this training and they put billions of dollars into it, they might have a $50 million deal with like a tire company or a fucking, I don't know, AAA or some shit. And it will just say, hey, we'll give you the answer, but let's read this ad out to you first. And people are saying that's like garbage. That's like basically using AI for exactly what you don't want it to do. You don't want it to tell you, advertise things. You want it to tell you what is really helpful. So Anthropic was making fun of it for that. Well, the tables turned a little bit, chat. Recently, Anthropic is beefing with the Pentagon. Yes, the government. I'll give you a little bit of the beef, okay? The beef is this. So this is Anthropic. Obviously, you can see the Pentagon right here. I'll give you the beef. The Pentagon has corporate contracts with Anthropic. Yes, the government does use AI to some extent. Obviously, if we're talking about the Pentagon, they're going to use it in possible classified ways. or to deal with classified material. However, they got into a beef because the Pentagon asked Anthropic to use their AI or unlock certain capabilities, and Anthropic said, we can't do that. Now, they signed a deal that said that the government could use the AI for any lawful purposes. However, in trying to maximize how the AI could be used, the Pentagon asked for certain things the AI should be allowed to do, and they asked Anthropic, and Anthropic responded like this: hey, you're asking for things that would allow this AI to do two things that is not lawful, which would be mass surveillance. So AI, the government could use AI to mass surveil its entire population, literally on some Big Brother shit. And secondly, an AI could be programmed into our military and defense weapons that could be autonomous, which means that the AI could basically be programmed into weapons that could fire, destroy, kill, neutralize people, equipment, vehicles, or anything else without the input of a human. Two things that's very controversial. What do you think about the government with AI now be able to track everything you do? Know what you're doing in your house, where you walk to, where you at, everything. Secondly, are we that far ahead that we want AI running the fucking military or weapons that, we don't have to even get woken up to say, hey, there's an op like in the backyard. Oh, the op already been neutralized. We murked him. Just go out there and pick up the body. Obviously not the backyard, but it would be Pentagon type things and military stuff. But that becomes a question. Anthropic said they would not allow the government to utilize AI in that version. And the Trump administration said, fuck you. Trump is on some, nigga, I'm going to get, this is last term. But I'll keep it a bean about Trump. Trump is on some, I'm not giving a fuck about I'm not doing no dibbling and dabbling or like, okay, let's see. Fuck ya. He wants to get what he wants and that's it. So, he came out after Anthropic said, we're not going to allow you to track all Americans. We're not going to give you the capability where you could just blow anything up like with AI. And Trump blasted him. This is what Trump says. And let me see if I can play it real quick. And by the way, they did ban Anthropic. But I want to show you what Trump said. He called them some left-wing lunatics. Look at this.
I do want to show you a decision belongs to.
Okay, so he put something up on Trump, Truth Social. He says, the United States of America will never allow a radical left woke company to dictate our great military fights and win wars. The decision belongs to your commander-in-chief, which is him, and the tremendous leaders I appoint to run our military. The left-wing nut jobs at Anthropic have made a disastrous mistake to try to strong-arm the Department of War and force them to obey their terms of service instead of our Constitution. Their selfishness is putting Americans at risk and our troops in danger and our national security in jeopardy. Therefore, I'm directing every federal agency and the United States government to immediately seize all use of their technology, which is AI. We don't need it. We don't want it. It will not do business with them again. There will be a 6-month phase-out period for agencies like the Department of War who are using their products at various levels. Anthropic better get their act together and better be helpful during this phase-out period, or I will use the full power of the presidency to make them comply with major civil and criminal consequences to follow. He says, so-and-so will decide the fate of our country, not some out-of-control radical left AI company ran by people who have no idea what the real world is about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay? I'm not going to lie. I keep telling you, like, I'll be honest with you. Trump, at this point in his, in his presidency, he not into listening to no motherfuckers. He's into, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, and if you ain't with it, fuck you. Straight up. I think, let me see, Trump Anthropic. I think there might be a video. If there's not a video, I'll just move on. Is there a video? Is there a video? Okay, we get that, but I don't think there's a video. Is there a video? I thought there was a video of him saying, Like just cussing these niggas out. Trump's like half a comedian. Anyway, basically the CEO responded, and the CEO responded like this. So the CEO of Anthropic, which by the way, keep in mind, all AI companies need mad money. So the government saying that fuck the contracts we got with y'all, we're ending it. Fuck out of here if you can't give us what we need to do. And this is how the CEO of Anthropic responded.
President Trump has called Anthropic a left-wing woke company. Is this decision at all driven by ideology?
I can't speak for what, I can't speak for what other parties are doing and what they're doing.
But you and here in Anthropic.
Yeah, look, we, I think, have tried to be very neutral. We speak up on issues of AI policy where we have expertise. We don't have views, we don't think about general political issues, and we try to work together whenever there's common ground.
President Trump has called Anthropic a...
Okay, all right. So essentially, that happens. Now, chat, let me tell you this. I gotta give it to this guy. I'm gonna call him the Jay-Z of the AI tech CEOs. And you're gonna see why I call it Jay-Z. Why do I say Jay-Z? Jay-Z is a nigga that says, come on, y'all, we tired of kneeling. Let's stop kneeling, man. We passed this shit. And then he signs with the NFL and gets the Super Bowl picks all to himself. He's a nigga that says, yo, get over here. Get over here. Fuck Apple. Fuck Spotify. Those are the white people, DSP. Come to title. This for the people, by the people. FUBU. For the people, by the people. Come on over here, y'all. Come on over here. We go over there, and as soon as we get over there, he's like, yo, I'm selling this shit to Jack Dorsey, man. Yo, I'm on the border block. Yeah, we own Cash App and shit like, oh, y'all niggas still there? Good luck. Stay there. That's how Jay get down. He basically rope you in when you like, nah, we love Jay. You get over there. He sells it on you. Peace out, niggas. Straight up. That classic Jay-Z method. I like it, too, because I can't knock how he gets to his billions because stupid black Americans. It is what it is. You feel me? Now, the guy that runs OpenAI, remember I told you, it's like Coke and Pepsi. Anthropic dude's like, nah, we can't do it. We can't let our technology go against what the American people would believe is lawful. You can't use your technology to surveil all people or fire autonomous weapons. At first, look, the guy who owns, or he's the CEO of OpenAI. Remember, he's a competitor. Sam Altman. He agrees. He jumps out and says, I agree. Look, he jumps out and defends. Yo, I defend the idea. Nah, you're right. We can't let the government bully us. We're AI, even though we're competitors. We fuck with you, Anthropic, even though you made fun of us on the Super Bowl commercial. We get it. No, we can't allow the government to surveil the people. And then the government come back around and say, how about we take their contracts and we give it to you, Sam Altman? Jay-Z move. What? Wait, hold on. Wait, you gonna give me the contract into them? You know what he does? Open AI Pentagon deal. The nigga does a deal. The nigga does a deal with the Pentagon. As soon as the Pentagon told the other niggas, all right, kick rocks, they were like, yeah, nah, you got to stick it to the Pentagon. But Pentagon was like, all right, we'll come to y'all. Will y'all play ball? Actually, we not. Yeah, fuck them niggas over there. No, of course we play ball. Come on, we do business. Come on. Classic Jay-Z move. Classic. How OpenAI came to the Pentagon. So basically, they backed the other company that was standing up to the Pentagon. The Pentagon told them niggas to kick rocks, fuck you. And they came to the other company that was backing them and said, are you down to do some shit? They said, fuck yes. Fuck them other niggas. Okay. Classic snake shit. That's kind of the interesting part, really. I'm not going to get too heavy into AI today. But this dude is hilarious, man. Recently, he was talking about, here we go.
With Anthropic.
He's still doing the Jay-Z thing where he's like, nah, even though we got a deal, we still got the same ideals. Like, stop it, nigga. You know what I mean? And if you look, they just put out 2 days ago, because everybody's saying, yo, y'all are snakes. they put out a thing on their website, OpenAI, talking about here's our agreement with the Department of War. So they're trying to say, oh no, we care about the laws. We're not gonna fold this and third. But chat, knowing Trump, if Trump goes from place A to place B, and place A he told to eat a dick because they wouldn't bow down to him, you think he went to place B and listened to place B saying, oh nah, you ain't gonna have it your way? Come on, place B cave, nigga, straight up. So essentially, they wrote this whole thing up to kind of like, because OpenAI is other people really continually investing in it, right? Like, you know what I mean? They're doing funding rounds. They're getting a lot of billions of dollars, and people are kind of looking at them to say, oh, y'all are kind of looking like y'all do anything for money. Like y'all just want to just collect the money. Is this getting us anywhere? Okay. So they come out with an explanation. The last thing of this is I'm going to show you the cycle of AI real quick. Hopefully I can take like 3 minutes with this. NVIDIA invest. Okay. Now, this is going to be really interesting right here, right? So check this out. Remember these names. So NVIDIA makes the chips. This is what AI is. You need data centers for a bunch of computers to run what they call training on everything on the internet. They use the whole internet. They basically catalog it, and they run all type of sequences and trials and errors to figure out the best possible things to inference something. That's what AI is currently. And what happens is these are the players, right? So you get Oracle. It's basically where it's a cloud computing software where they're saying the AI is going to live. Well, you're going to need actual computers to do it. Well, you need a lot of them and a lot of power. So then you have data centers. So you have the cloud infrastructure, right? Or the infrastructure that where the AI is going to live. Then you have the data centers, and then you have the chip manufacturers. Okay. There's a couple other players too, because you need power, you need this. It's a lot of that. So there's 3 infrastructures. Let me tell you how interesting, but how fucking stupid AI kind of turns out to be in terms of money. Because no matter what, remember I told you I'm paying like a couple of dollars, well, actually $200, I think for the year, for like this software that can make AI music for me, right? But essentially, this is how, in class and session, y'all, this is how AI works, right? Think about a business like this. Let's just put a circle. All right? And then with this circle, where's the eraser? Let's go like this. Let's erase right here. Let's erase right here. Let's erase right here. And let's erase right here. Okay. So this is AI. This is AI, okay? And this is the industry of AI, right? So one of the most important players is NVIDIA, AMD. These are the chips. You need these GPU chips that are going to be, hold on, let me make sure y'all can see it. You need these GPU chips that are going to make sure, you need these GPU chips that are going to make sure these AI units could process information at lightning speed. It's the reason why, of course, they first discovered them with video games. That's where this GPU was, a graphics processing unit, initially were for. Now they use most of them for chips. There's other brands, but we'll just put NVIDIA and AMD. NVIDIA is the company that's turned into $1 trillion company because it started to allocate most of their resources to AI before everybody else. But AMD exists as well. Up here, let's say, I don't know. We're going to just put Oracle. This is where this is the online, either cloud atmosphere for where the AI is going to live, beyond just the data center. So I don't know. Let's just put Oracle Cloud Integration, right? We're just going to put that, right? And then we're going to put the data centers. Now, all of these things are needed. You need these big ass data centers that's powered by nuclear power plants, that is taking up water that could run 3 cities, electricity that could power 5 towns. You need these power because the computing energy is so much. You need all of that. So you need infrastructure. Supposedly building one of these data centers is at least a couple $1 billion. So here's that again. Let me see what else. And I suppose the next thing would be, I'm trying to think. Software and enterprise who need AI. Okay? And I'm putting that there. It's a little bit sloppy with me putting that there, but I'll tell you why. You could be you could be Fortnite. You could be Google. Well, Google has their own thing. You could be Fortnite. You could be, a mom and pop shop that needs AI. And that's going to be where you might need to go here to get this integrated in whatever app you're building to help make whatever thing you got going on. And then when you go here, this needs this, and Oracle needs a data center, and then the data center needs the chips, and AI is that. Okay, so basically, if you're looking at how it goes, so from the cute app you guys have, you go software and enterprise who need the AI, then you go usually to a cloud integration somewhere or Oracle that needs the data centers, and then the data centers equipment need the chips. Now, of course, you need power and electricity, but we're just kind of involved in there. That's AI. So this is how shit works, which this is the funniest thing in the world. So at the very core, at step 1, right? So somebody just write down order of importance. NVIDIA, data center, Oracle Cloud, software enterprise. By the way, the software enterprise, that would be even the Pentagon, right? So this is kind of like the list going down. Listen how stupid this shit is. So NVIDIA keeps raising its worth. Like, yo, we're worth $1 trillion. But for them to be worth $1 trillion, people got to buy their chips. Well, here's the thing. Let's go down the list. They're only going to buy your chips if they're needed for data centers. Data centers are only going to need it if you get Oracles, you get the Google, you get the XAI, and those places that need it. And then you need to kind of upsell it or whatever to either integrate with other software or use it for enterprisal purposes, and that's how it goes. Listen how stupid this shit is. NVIDIA, what they do is they lend money to, they don't lend, they invest. So the sellers of the chips invest money in their customers. It's kind of crazy. Remember, the customers of the chips, you need this to get this. These guys invest money into, they invest money into all the cloud integrations and the data centers and pretty much everything else that is needed to buy them. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. Imagine your weed man giving you money to give him money. Does that make sense? Imagine I sell weed. You have a lemonade stand. I want you to buy weed. So I take my money, I give to you to invest in your lemonade stand, hoping you can make more money and then bring your more money over here to buy it from me. Do you get how this doesn't make sense? So NVIDIA, as per what I just said, they just invested $4 billion in Lumentum and Coherent. You might be like, what the fuck are those things? Well, those things are components of what they need in terms of chip making. So they're invested in growth, but how do they get growth? They get growth. Hold up. Yeah, they get growth by a few different ways. By Oracle, growing more data centers, and by places like OpenAI. So what do? NVIDIA invest in OpenAI. Look, NVIDIA is a major investor in OpenAI. And here lies how right now everybody thinks that the investment bubble of AI is about to crack. Because if the weed man keeps investing in your lemonade stand, hoping that you make enough money to spend more with them, that's not really a sustainable model as a seller. Imagine Amazon giving you $1,000 and saying, yo, hopefully you spend $1,000 with us. And actually, hopefully you make more money and spend $1,500 with us. That's not happening. But that's what AI is. So it's a bunch of different entities just putting money back into all these other things. And you get to realize it's a cycle. Because when NVIDIA puts in money into those companies, it makes the other companies want to build more data centers, right? Which then increases demand of NVIDIA. It increases price because you don't supply and demand. Then you have Oracle who needs these things, so they're renting these data center, right? And then obviously they need it's a shit show. And again, I hope you guys understand it without me going too much into it, but it's a really cyclical disaster when it comes to AI. And we're going to see what happens. My prediction is that OpenAI is going to go out of business. They're the first, and people look at it as it's too big to fail, but it's the only one that's not, Google has an AI program. X has an AI program. Amazon has an AI program. Microsoft has an AI program, which, by the way, Microsoft just pulled out from OpenAI recently, or not really pulled out, but they de-promised, which is kind of weird. OpenAI is the one that you're not backed by one of the big companies. Like, if Google's AI program fails, they'll just go back to Google. Same with Amazon. Same with pretty much X, even though they're converting SpaceX and all that shit into XAI. But whatever. So just kind of let you know that. But we'll move on from here. Okay. Hope I didn't lose anyone with that. Sometimes when I'm getting into the weeds, I'm like, I feel like me saying this means I got to explain like 10 other things. But I know you guys are incredibly smart. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, cool. All right, let me see. Anything else? There's a slight Iran update. We could get to it later. I don't want to, just kind of give you guys, we've already been here for like about an hour and a half. I don't want to give you guys just all the non-hip-hop stuff, but we do have a slight Iran update on what's going to happen, but I'll save that for a little bit later. We'll hop into hip-hop a bit. There's a lot of things going on there. I'll tell you what I got on my plate, and you guys tell me what you guys are most interested in, and we'll get into those, as it seems relevant. But we're going to review this interview that, it looks like came out a month ago, but it's this ex-Spotify executive who's really kind of giving a lot of game about streaming, right? I did tell you guys, I think streaming is a very interesting place at this moment. I think because they've told us that it's peaked. People are looking at it like, all right, so if it's kind of peaked and they're telling us the only thing they could do is raise the price, what are we to do? I told you what the industry's doing. The industry's doing something interesting. They're saying, all right, well, if y'all telling us you can't get more people, because this is the very premise of streaming. Labels want more money. The streaming companies are saying, well, we had an agreement. We could pay you this amount of percentage. Labels say, hey, why isn't the money going up? And so, well, we aren't getting more subscribers. We're kind of becoming a little bit stagnant. Like, they're still growing very little bit, but not at the growth rate they're required or they promise. And the labels are saying, yo, we need more fucking money. They're like, well, the only thing we could do is raise the price. The label said, fucking raise the price, then who gives a fuck? Have these guys pay $50 for Spotify. Who cares? Just give us the money. Obviously, they don't want to lose subscribers. They can't really hike up the price too much, so they're kind of slow. They're like, all right, we'll do $1 here. Like I think they announced recently, Spotify raised price. Early 2026, they're increasing its price for U.S. premium subscribers for the third time in 3 years. So, you see, every year they're raising price. It's like rent. It's going to go to $12.99 for individual plans, and if you want a family plan, it's going to be $22. Okay, if you want a plan for you and your partner, that'll be $19. But if you want a family plan where I think to have like either 3 to 7, or I can't remember how many people, you would get $21.99. They do have a student price, which is still about half of what they're going to charge the premium individual. Now, that is to come. I think it's gonna be rolling out in March. So if you do subscribe to Spotify, you're gonna notice you'll probably get like one of those things when you click on Spotify, you just have to scroll to the bottom and hit accept. That's how to get us with everything. Because when it shows up on your bill, you're like, what the fuck? They raised the price? Well, you agreed to it, dummy. Like they usually hit you with the our terms of service have changed or our what, and you basically just agree with it to use the service, and you'll see it on the bill. So they're trying to raise the price up a little bit that they could pay out more, right? That they could get more profits. However, the music business at this point, they're starting to look at different ways on how they could get more money. Remember I told you about the YoungBoy phenomenon. So YoungBoy signs like a $35 million deal with like Capitol Motown. And essentially after he signs the deal, bro, he goes on tour and makes $70 million. He makes that in 3 months. His contract reportedly was maybe for like 3 years. So he made in 3 months what this, label gave him in advance for and hoped to at least collect, for 3 years. Obviously, he's a very viable artist, so he'll definitely probably recoup in some way or another. And his music keeps getting more and more profitable and, prolific. And yes, he'll probably recoup, right? However, they're looking at it, and they have been looking at it for the longest. I want to give you a history lesson on music. This is the time in music where there's been the most artists that could go on arena tours without the label having to spend a shit ton of money on a promo tour. Usually when artists dropped a song, they would go on a promo tour, which basically we're not going to make no money. We're going to just spend it to try to make the song look lit, show people are coming out. And even when it came time to do an actual tour, there had to be a lot of marketing that was involved in it. And even then, there was very few artists that were doing these arena tours. Like, back in the day, Jay-Z doing, the Madison Square was like, oh, it's a really huge thing. These days, you catch Rod Wave doing Madison Square. You catch YoungBoy doing Barclays. You catch a lot of these guys who, obviously, I know they're huge artists, but you may not instantly think of them as, oh, they're the biggest guys in the game. The touring game is really like skewed. It's discombobulated, but also disfigured, because it's why you get Rolling Loud to be what it is. The guys who you think you want to see, they're all charging over $300,000. Back in the day, $300,000 used to be for like real crazy bona fide artists, but these days, with ticket prices going up, and even Live Nation keeps saying the tickets ain't expensive enough. So they want the ticket prices to go up, but it goes to show that when it comes to music, fans won't spend $1 on the release of the music and buying the music, but they'll spend hundreds of dollars on the experience of enjoying the music. That's a problem for the music business. Now, that problem was, of course, faced by the film industry. But when it comes to film industry, even though it's been steadily declining, hey, I'm taking my bitch out on a date. Yo, we're going to AMC. My feet up on the table. They're coming to serve me food. I got the wings here. I got the tenders, a little popcorn. I got 2 drinks. I'm kicking in there. I'm trying to get some head in the back seat. I'm at AMC wildin'. It makes sense why you would possibly spend more. A movie would probably be like $20. That's kind of how they usually price it. A movie like $20 to $30. An album is $10. Well, you go out with that little baddie, a little fine shit. Fine shit got you spending a grip. Yo, I bet I'm taking out the car. You borrow your bro's car. I bet. You know what I mean? You got to put premium in that junk because, you in the foreign. All right, that's $40 already. Hey, you copped the new little fit, maybe 100, 150. I bet. You at the theater, you can't be no broke boy just chewing like sucking on your own spit, nigga. What the fuck? Yo, listen, man. Yo, let me get this, that, and third. You've turned this into like a $300 experience, at least, right? Not every time, maybe $200. But that's the point. The point is that when it comes to movies, the experience of enjoying a film could make you want to pay. Well, when it comes to music, and here's the thing, the person who benefits from that is the film studio and the film company who put that film out. Hear how it differs in music. Well, in music, you don't want to buy the CD at all. You don't even want to buy it on iTunes. You're like, nigga, I get it for free on Spotify. Fuck am I spending it for? Maybe if you're a super fan, we'll get to super fan in a second. You'll buy like a vinyl, but you don't want to spend no money on the actual music. What people have found out is that fans will spend the money on an experience. Yo, it's Rolling Loud weekend. Yo, it's about to be spring break. You know the bitches finna be there. Miami Beach. Yo, you and your homies get a B&B. You cop your Mosinite chain because you gotta be lit out there. Yo, let's go half on the B&B and then let's go half on we gotta get a rental. Feel me? Got some new kicks. It's the boys' trips. It's the girl whole trip. It's lit. You done spent $500 minimum. You go into a festival. You go to Rolling Loud. Maybe it's Rod Wave. Maybe it's Mariah the Scientist. She just came out here. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't even know these hoes had money. These bitches, it was a full-on girls' night all over the place. Oh, shit. They got their new shit from Sheen on. Bitch got on the fake red bottoms. Okay. See this hoe, I'm like, I couldn't tell she was going to the gym or what. She had on aloe, just printed out. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. But the point is, the only part of music that fans feel they need to spend money on is a part that doesn't get the label paid. You'll go to a concert, you'll go to a festival. But unlike going to the movies, the paying for the experience does not benefit the company who put out the art. Going to the movies benefits Warner Brothers, benefits Paramount, benefits Lionsgate, benefits Universal Pictures. Going to NBA YoungBoy concert does not benefit his label. YoungBoy takes that money home scot-free. He does a deal with Live Nation, or I believe in this situation, Mac Agency through Live Nation, or through Mac Agency and Live Nation. He get his money, the agency get their money, pay for production, pay for this, give the openers, whatever, and YoungBoy probably walked away, it grows 70 million, he probably walked away 40. That's dope. Making it, like he probably got around like $1 million a show. The gross was kind of like 1.4, 5, or 6. Everybody else get paid. He walks out with $1 million. That's dope. What does a label get? If they're lucky, let's say in the case of NBA YoungBoy, if they're lucky, one of the songs from his last album starts popping off. Shot calling. Another song pops off that he drops that features one of his artists, Mello, what it is. And those songs go up in streams. One becomes kind of like a, cultural hit, shot calling, and that brings in some money. But just remember the equation I just told you. This guy goes on tour, makes $70 million. You give him a $35 million deal, and you can't touch that money. His fans will spend hundreds of dollars on a ticket. They won't spend $1 on his music. That is where the music industry is. And they're not too happy about it. They're trying to figure out what to do with AI currently. They're trying to figure out, what's the next step? What should they do? Should they, embrace it? Should they not? Should they? They don't know. They don't know. What ends up happening is that the newest thing that the music industry is doing is that they said, you know what? We want to focus on super fans. It's the idea of why we created the chat niggas. Because, a fringe supporter who catches a stream every once in a while versus a nigga who watches all the time, you want to cater to the guy who watches all the time. The guy who, if we say, hey, we about to cut the stream, go to Kick, they're like, I bet I'm on Kick too. Why do you want to cater to a super fan? And by the way, this is not a music industry type of thing. This is a created thing. Not to trip up on words there. But creators came up with this philosophy. This is why Patreon came into the mix. Look at Joe Budden. Joe Budden, pretty prolific podcast. He has a huge set of audience. Everybody was saying, hey, we went over here, got this amount of money. We went over here, got this amount of money. Joe dug in and said, we're going to focus on our super fans. worked it for a couple of years. He pops up. He says, I'm making $20 million a year. Off the superfans. That's what it is. So the music industry is now taking that model on. They're like, all right, fuck it. If we can't get the average fan to pay for a song or a CD, let's get the superfans. Let's incentivize them with merch. Now, they've been kind of doing that with merch, but now, remember I told you, they partner with this company. It's called Even. It's the direct to fan platform. Well, isn't that interesting? The labels themselves, and you see the Universal logo here, they're basically saying, we need to get away the middleman. Because the industry's always had middleman. They didn't know how the audience got to them. They just control the content. Whether they were serving the music to Best Buy, whether they were serving it to FYE, whether they were serving it to Target, whether they were serving it to any of these like third party or even radio, whether they're serving to Spotify, they would give it to somebody else and tell that somebody else, you bring us the money. But the music industry, after realizing it's stagnating in growth, it's now invested in something where the fans could come to the music industry directly. Oh, you really like J. Cole? Well, buy the leather from his fucking Honda Civic. Or actually, there's not no leather up in there. It's cloth seats. Buy the cloth off the back seat of J. Cole's Honda on this website and get some of his album too. So it appears that the money-hungry labels have now switched their focus. They're realizing Spotify and Apple can't give them the increase in money they want. They now want to, not attack, but they want to start focusing on super fans. They're moving like a YouTuber. Isn't that interesting? Well, an interesting interview came out recently, which is a former Spotify executive who did an interview. And apparently this interview is like a month old. I think this is it.
Yeah, okay.
But it's really important for what we talk about here. Not only is it a cross-section in between kind of letting us know what's going on in the business, but also on the front we care about, which is the artist world. It kind of tell you where we are today, okay? I'm going to try to skip to some of this interesting stuff. And let's see. I'm going to try to be quick with this. I'm salute to the guy who actually did this interview. I appreciate you. I'll go to 110 speed. Let's go through this a little bit.
Change. Like artist development, got handed over to the managers because the managers were the ones that had to stay with the artists every single week after they didn't get New Music Friday, or they didn't get the playlist. It was the manager's responsibility to be able to develop the artist, whereas the label, the A&R strategy started to change from I'm going to try to, sign one Lady Gaga.
Now, I wanna make sure you're taking this all in, and I know again we have a lot of topics to get to, so I would really want to watch like an hour of this with y'all, but I don't want to slow up the pace too much. What he's talking about, how the label is disintegrated. Like what a label is today, they're a bank. I seen this very interesting DM. Very interesting DM. Someone said, I love when you start kicking industry label games. But you've always said one thing, and I wonder what do you mean by that? What is it? What is that? And it's this idea I've always said. I said, listen, I'm honest about my shit. Like, I don't know about these other niggas. Like, hey, call me biased, call me whatever. I'm going to tell you what it is up front. I've always said I rob the labels, straight up. And people say, so the guy said to me, what does that mean? Now, obviously, I'm not like stealing money. Like, that's not what I'm doing. But the idea is this. What a label is in 2025, 2026, they are a bank. They have a shit ton of money, millions and billions of dollars, but they have no way how to make things happen. So when I say I rob them, I'm not being big-headed, but I'm the sauce. They come to me like this. How do we get this on your platform? How do we get this artist to be in this conversation? They don't know nothing. They're the bank. All they got is money. So I kick game to y'all for free. When I'm dealing with them, they need to pay me very handsomely. And that's what I mean robbery. Because if you're a bunch of white dudes who don't got the sauce and you need the sauce, pay for the sauce. That's it. So I call that robbery because what I do, the knowledge I have and the resource I have is I consider that's like free. But because you're not that, you gotta have to pay for it, every single thing. And that's why I call robbery, because if they had it, they wouldn't ever come to me. So again, what labels are to me in 2025 is that they're completely a bank. The top A&R, there's a few great A&Rs in the building, but most of them don't know what's hot music. They wait till it pops up on TikTok, or they watch streams like this and be like, what are the people who watch Act Stream into? They'll go on my page. They'll go on Say Cheese. They'll be like, hey, what does Rakai listen to? Yes, that's how they find their artists these days. So what does that tell you? They're looking to tastemakers and influencers and voices to actually tell them how to spend their money. Well, once you know that, you don't got a couple things that you could suggest that they should dump their money into? Here's the thing. I'm a little bit different. When it comes to me, I have a proven track record. They've seen me, which wasn't any type of marketing. It was just like pure, I'm moving off my own, however I do my thing. But a guy who gets zero marketing, and you could see the budget, zero marketing, becomes a top 5 rapper in a span of a year. His name is Tekashi 6ix9ine. They look at me like I'm the fucking golden guy. Like I'm like, I got a Midas touch. So of course, after that, they got to pay for it. I'm sorry. Like, you know how many times they're like, yo, Ak, you want to go on vacation with an artist? No, but why are you asking me that? Nah, man, he fucks with you. Really? Okay. Nah, y'all should just chill. Okay. All right. We'll pay for it all. Well, how about we do a documentary? We could do a documentary or something like that. That's the truth about the music industry. But what's even more the just flat out truth is this. Labels lost their sauce. Back in the day, everything was so in-house, right? You'd get an artist, and because the labels were seen as so much of the savants and the professionals, when they created an artist, it was their jobs to groom the artist, and not in the weird way. Just like, get the artist from a uncultured or unprofessional, maybe street dude or person who's never been in this industry to a savvy person who knows how to deal with interviews, who knows how to carry themselves, who knows how to do all the things to further the bag. So the label will keep putting marketing dollars, do this behind the scenes, but you needed to develop as a person and as a businessman to not fuck up the bag. That was what was called artists. What's the fucking word? You just said it. What's the shit called?
To change. Where they didn't get the playlist. It was the manager's responsibility to be able to develop the artist.
Oh, artist development. Yeah, that's so antiquated, but whether it's a Lil Wayne or whoever, that's what it is. By the way, in basketball, they do it too. Ask around. Anytime there's a draft class that comes in, especially for the NBA, the first week of camp is not basketball. They get taught how to be professionals. Hey, you're representing a brand. This is what you can't do. You can't go out there and get caught driving drunk. It's going to be a reflection on us. You will get suspended too. You can't be beating on your girl. You can't be doing this. You can't be doing that. Hey, at any time, they tell this to rookies in professional sports. If you're ever drunk, you're somewhere, it's okay. We might we'll turn a blind eye to it. Just call this number. Someone will pick you up. You cannot get caught with a DUI. It looks bad upon you and the league. Hey, if you're in this pickle, you and your girl start arguing, call this one person. They'll get you out of there. Do not argue with your girl. Do not put your hands on. We want to avoid anything with police. These things are developmental processes for people who are now in high profile, high status occupations, whether you are a rapper or a basketball player. It's only significant that there's something else that has millions of dollars invested in your brand, and how you end up treating that brand could make them look bad, or even worse, make them lose money. So they do it for sports, but artist development when it comes to music was very necessary because you don't want somebody fucking up the bag. If artist development existed, when the baby went on stage and said, man, who wasn't sucking no dick in the parking lot? Put your hands up. Hey, who don't got that H-up? Yo, put your hands up. If artist development existed, they would have sat him down the first couple of months of him being signed, and they would say, hey, listen, we know you're a little bit provocative on stage. We know you're entertaining on social media, but could you do us a favor? Let's show you a few videos. Let's have these talks with you. Don't talk about homosexuals. You rap about girls. Okay, so, hey, we'd rather you not call women bitches, but we get it. You're in hip hop. Just keep it to the women. Leave the homosexuals alone. Oh, wait. Whoa. Don't talk about Jewish people. Please don't. No, come on. No. There's examples. There's examples of Michael Jackson, who's a world phenomenon. His lyrics got censored when he mentioned Jews or things that could be associated with Jewish culture. In a 1996 song, They Don't Care About Us, following the accusation of anti-Semitism, his original lyrics, the phrase Jew me, sue me, and I won't even say that word, strike me, they were considered offensive, and not only was he forced to apologize, he had to re-release the song with changed lyrics. This is what artist development is going to teach you. Hey, listen, stay away from them peoples. Please. You can rap all day about you smoking on your dead ops. You want to fuck your ops mama. When you catch his baby mama, you going to skull fuck her. You're going to shoot his mama. You're going to piss on his grave. But please, leave the homosexuals and the Jewish people alone. Please leave them alone. Please leave them alone. Leave them alone. We can make money with anything else. We could make money with anything else. But leave those people alone. That's part of artist development. The labels lost that a long time ago. So one of the quintessential things that was there, they lost. Many other things they lost as well. Many other things. Not knocking or piling on to like A&Rs, but what A&Rs, the title A&R, it's I believe artist and repertoire. That's I believe that's what the acronym A&R means. Now you've heard A&R for a lot of things, right? But that's what it originally meant. Their job was really multifaceted. Their job was to usually scout talent, figure out talent, help sign talent, develop talent, help craft, do almost like a quality control of music, help provide beats, a lot of things. They were this really fluid helping person. These days, an A&R wouldn't go to a random showcase in, I don't know, Bogota, New Jersey to go listen to a showcase of some up and coming talent. They're going to wait till TikTok got this shit trending. Oh, my niece did a dance to that. Oh, this shit got me popping. Let me just DM them. That's their job. It's like the police nowadays. They're not like, with like a micro, like one of them magnifiers, like looking for bullets or whatever. They just go on YouTube or Instagram. Look at your Instagram story. Be like, okay, you did the shoot. Nigga, you're posing with the same fucking gun that did the shots like 2 hours before and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we clicked on two other people's story. They got the whole thing. All right, we're arresting you. No more on the ground activity. And that's what music has gotten to. South by Southwest used to be a thing. If you wanted to discover new talent, you got to go there because new talented people would go there. These days, new talented people need to open up TikTok. Make up a dance. That's it. That's it. So, A&Rs these days, for the most part, They just utilize algorithms and reports to come up with who's hot. There's no more eye test to say, yo, there's something about this kid. If you don't have a following, you have no chance. There was back in the day that supposedly if you were really talented, but you were just not put out there yet, if you met the right person who believed in you, you could go. These days, nigga, you can't get 50,000 followers on the gram, you a waste man. Nigga, you don't got one song viral, you ass. Basically, a really good talented artist, if you don't know how to work social media, you're fucked. Who gonna find you? You're fucked. So that's what I'm saying. Now, I know I went on this little detour, but the detour is to show this is the breakdown of the music industry. The music industry came in as this, it was the a la carte offering to an artist. Whatever you needed, they had. You need PR? They got it. You need lawyers? Say you're getting some legals? They got it. You need anything you need? They got. That's what it was basically you signed to a label and your problems are just fixed. Just go make the music. And if you weren't that talented, they get people to help make you the music. They'll go get the best producer. They'll bring you the beat. They'll do everything. It was easy. But over time, those things stopped working. Artists became more independent. They're not going into their labels. Labels or artists from other regions started to pop off. They didn't need to go to New York. So how could the label influence the artist? So they, at some point when they started, the business model is changing. They started to drop certain things. Okay, fuck artist development. We're going with this. It gets to the point where they're like, oh, we know how to promote music. All right, let's send $250,000 to Hot 97. Yo, let's send it to our radio promotion guys. Get all them DJs paid off that we could get our shit popping. All right, yo, our song's getting played on Hot 97 like it's going out of style. I bet. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I bet. Yeah, okay, good. The labels at a point could control everything. Hey, yo, we need to get this person on Time Magazine. Yo, could you cut that check? It's $300,000. It became to a point where all the things they would do to promote an artist that they already had the checkbook lined up like this to kind of do, it became obsolete. It didn't matter anymore. Who cares? Who cares? So what would they do? Their options for their old methods not working was finding these outsourced people who knew the new methods. Hey, yo, we just wasted $1 million on a radio budget, but nobody listens to fucking Ebro in the fucking morning. Like, surprise, like, hey, we just wasted $1 million on promo on Ebro in the fucking morning, but they're telling us that only 35 people heard it. What? Oh, there's this new dude up there. His name is Miro. Even less people watching that dweeb. Okay. Where are the people at? They would go to outsourced people and they would say, oh shit, they're on streams. No, they're on TikTok. So like, how do we reach them? Well, if you give us that 200,000, we'll get the creators to make a dance up around your corny song. But it'll work. Look, TikTok is the thing that's driving every popular song. Wait, what? So the old heads at the label said, all right, fuck it. We're just going to give our marketing budget to these outsourced people. Some of the outsourced people were like, yo, these dudes are like fish out of water. And the song is whack. You know what? Thank you for your $100,000 budget. We're just going to spend 15 grand and bot your shit. So now we keep 85. We botted your shit. Good luck. When you're like, oh my God, the reports came back. It says that our streams are up 300%. Hey, we did that. Not knowing, bought it. So the labels have lost all type of concept of real promotion. They don't know how to develop artists. They can't promote. They can't make the record. That's the artist. What the fuck are they doing? And that's where we're at now. They're just a bank. So you got to go to them and you got to tell them, hey, I'm going to make the greatest shit in the world. Give me every dollar you got in here. You back up the Brinks truck. You tell them to load it in by the heaps. You take it and you go elsewhere. That's what Drake does. Drake don't talk to the fucking label. Hey, give me 600 mil or else. When he got his 400, he said, I'm going to catch y'all niggas. Without giving up my source, heard this interesting thing about Drake's previous release in like Spotify. They said Drake will pop up on a Thursday. So Spotify usually has this thing they tell the artist, hey, listen, we have Rap Caviar and we want to give you guys a chance to, get on our list. And when you're on our list, it could be millions of streams and people could really get into y'all. But of course, certain artists don't really need it. Like when Drake drops, who gives a fuck? Everybody's going to go watch it, right? Or listen. It said Drake, because this was the question I said. I said, why does Drake not do what Taylor Swift does? Because I've been really upset like at some of Drake's releases. I'm like, why doesn't he have like 50 vinyls? Like he could be doing millions of sales like how Taylor finesses. Like, why doesn't he finesse? Travis Scott finesses. Why doesn't Drake finesse? And they said, well, first of all, Drake's music is one of the biggest leaked things in the culture. He really hates it. And so second of all, this is how Drake deals with his label in Spotify. So Spotify usually tells the artist, yo, pop up, come schedule a meeting with us, come into our office and play our editors. Same with Apple. They do the rounds. Like, hey, imagine you playing some new rage shit for Ebro at Apple Music. But you got to go do the song and dance if you want to get like their covers and preferred A-list, whatever. They said what Drake does. The music dropping on Friday. Drake show up Thursday at noon, tells his label, hey, I'm turning in the album tonight. Make sure that shit's up on Friday at midnight, which is give them about like 8 hours. That's all they need. Fuck out of here. Drake ain't showing up to his label and dancing around on the table like Bobby Shmurda. Fuck out of here. Hey, yo, check your email in 30 minutes. Make sure it's up at midnight. Peace. So the label then gets the album with like 5 hours to go. They got to send it over to Spotify. And then they both got to do, which is a lot of due diligence. That's why Drake album be late sometime. Remember the one that came out at 3? Because the label can't, Drake music makes so much money, you can't afford to put out his music with an unclear sample. You're basically just giving somebody else millions of dollars. So you got to clear the samples before, right? Because the leverage someone has when you put out music that's not clear versus when you clear it before, way different. So in 4 hours, they got to clear every sample. Okay? 4 hours. Like you might give them 12, but he's not turning his album in 2 weeks. So why do I say that? Even Drake treats the label like a bank and TuneCore. Hey, just press upload, fuck niggas. We don't need you to do nothing else. And give me my motherfucking money. That's it. Press upload, you stupid fucks, and give me my motherfucking money. Nothing else. We don't need you. We don't need motherfucking the nigga at Republic saying, oh, no, this is kind of hot, Aubrey. Fuck out of here. Just press upload, fuck nigga, and back up the $400 million in my bank account. That's it. I'm only saying this to remind y'all that labels in 2026 are banks. That's it. They have zero. The only ones, which is, it's like micro labels that are in bigger labels. APG will give you the song and the hook. Like, remember APG signed all the people with like 50 million followers? Then you know them had music talent. So what they did was they got niggas like Hitmaker and everybody else. They created a folder of hits that people could just sing over on some, Milli Vanilli shit. And then, yeah, it kind of worked out for them. But most labels, no artist is going to listen to them for musical advice anyway. They just say, give me the fucking money. That's it. And wait till I turn into music. That's it. So what is a label now? Anyway.
Whereas the label, the A&R strategy started to change from, I'm going to try to, sign one Lady Gaga, and I'm going to spend, 2-3 years developing her. And I'm going to sell 1 million copies of this one master, and everybody's going to be happy because we know how to split up the money into, I'm getting paid off of a market share, and now I need to sign, 10 Lady Gaga lookalikes who are all going to release 10 songs. And on the aggregate, we're going to have as many streams, and the revenue from that is going to equal what I used to get from album sales.
Right.
And we're still living in that world.
Okay, let me skip a little bit further past that. And this is the interesting part here too.
Which just started as a catalog tool, right? Because they have more confidence because they have more data in the older stuff versus like new music, you don't have, it requires, an element of anticipation, which was what the human editorial team was really good at, right? Like we were looking at culture so we could see what was coming, and we were, actioning on that. We were anticipating that Billie Eilish was going to be Billie Eilish. We were anticipating that Post Malone was going to be Post Malone. And the algorithms can't really do that yet. A really, like one of my favorite like Spotify stories is the guy who originally curated Rap Caviar, who's at YouTube now, Tuma Basa. Like literally one of the most brilliant people you're ever gonna meet in your life. And
Culture.
Oh,
Culture. He was on the pod. He
was?
Yeah.
He's like literally one of my favorite people that has
same.
ever existed.
Always been solid, great, but just a level of intelligence that's just unmatched, especially so the culture.
Tuma's a good guy. I spoke to him before. Good guy.
Of the music, just music is in his DNA. It's in his bloodstream.
He breathes it, and he's such a thoughtful person. I was very privileged to work with those people that, at both of those companies, smartest people in the world. Like he was one of the people that I have like such a strong admiration
for. Let's get to it.
The new music and how, human curation is still important. We're seeing it in, college radio coming back and things like that. But Tuma, I was always known in the industry as like the data guy.
Yes.
Everybody was like, Begain's got data. He's going to go crunch his KPIs and things like that. And there was a night that I was curating New Music Friday at this point. We were in the 18th Street office in New York City. And it was like 2 a.m. And like, I'm like just tired, like, cause I've been doing meetings all day and like, I'm getting all this flood of like music I got to listen to. And I'm still like, taking it super serious. So
this is a guy that was curating New Music Friday. Starting to make sense.
Want to make sure that everything that's getting programmed is like the right thing. And I'm frustrated. And I'm sitting next to me and Tuma's here, and we used to have these like exercise balls, the big ones that you kind of like sit on. And he's just like rocking back and forth, like looking at his cell phone. And I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? It's 2 a.m. Like, go the fuck home. And he's like, I'm doing exactly what you're doing. I'm like, what? And I look, and this is, again, it's 2016.
All right, let's
hear a little bit. So, and I want you to talk about it, but one thing that you showed me, and it was pretty telling. It was, the Lucian Grange memo that came out, a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And it's basically his take on the world of AI. And there's one thing here that he says where, and I'm just going to read it. And he says, how our artists can participate. Based on what we've done with our AI partners to date and the new discussions that are underway, we can unequivocally say that AI has the potential to deliver creative tools that will enable us to connect our artists with their fans in new ways and with advanced capability on scale we've never encountered. What is he talking about?
That memo, which we both read in Music Business Worldwide, and we didn't get it in any other unethical ways.
No. I read it in Billboard Pro.
Yeah, exactly.
I read it in Billboard. Yeah. Not in unethical ways.
I love reading those things, because, being like,
damn, dog, get to it, bro.
Spotify, that we were allowed to talk to was the salespeople, meant we couldn't talk to marketing. We couldn't talk to promo, so it was
6 days.
totally, right? But like the way that the industry was started is that you would have a sales team, go out and make sure that your product was everywhere, like led by your marketing team, like putting together a go-to-market strategy. And then you would have your radio promo team take that sales data and they would go market to market in order to acquire audience. And that more opportunity.
Okay, again, there's a lot of great info in this, but I'm trying to get to like certain clips and certain things that, we could kind of latch onto. Let's see. Remember, this is a guy who was a former executive up at Spotify. He specifically said he catered or curated, actually. He curated New Music Friday for multiple weeks. And if you ever, that time it was a big way of how people, when people first got Spotify a couple years ago, first got Spotify a couple years ago, they didn't know how to navigate. And people were really fresh off really radio still, even if you're young. And what does that mean? When everything is available, you need a guide, right? It's like a child. And, I don't have kids, but what I've heard about kids is that if you tell a kid they could have anything, they don't know what to pick. It's kind of like a woman. It's like, you bring a woman to a drive-thru, like y'all 7 cars behind. When you get there and it says, hey, welcome to Wendy's. How can I help you? She's like, give me a second. You're like, bitch, what the fuck? They showed you 39 menus until we got it. How don't you know? Like, and then she'll say the same thing she gets every time. Let me get some. Let me get a 10-piece nugget and let me get like a small fry. You're like, bitch, you always get that. Like, why would you acting? The reality is that a lot of people, when given choice, not only do they not know how to choose, they just choose the same thing. So in terms of being artist discovery, these platforms start to kind of take a radio-like aspect of, we'll tell you what's hot. We'll curate. We'll introduce you to new things. And that became the most prolific way of kind of, getting people more invested and staying more hours on the app, that these huge playlists began running the app. Rap Caviar, New Music Friday. People would just go to look at whatever playlist the charts were saying, and they would just keep playing those top 50 songs. So it became people, even though, remember the whole idea of getting to streaming was people like, yo, turn off the radio, pass me the aux. But the aux was your playlist. And then it was like, well, now your playlist or the amount of music you have is not just what you downloaded or bought on iTunes, is what you have on Spotify, which is everything, which then people start looking for some type of guide.
And you go back to, I keep going back to the early days of the music industry. And then again, like thinking about this Goldman Sachs, article in 2022 is, in the modern day, you don't need a record label to do the things that you used to need them to do, right? You don't need them to put together a performing artist and a marketing campaign for you, because you're doing that anyway. And they recognize that, which is why the position towards, direct to consumer and e-commerce, because the idea, of what you traditionally
trust me, I never seen this
as a record label doesn't exist anymore.
Well, they're trying to
and this is there was an article on MBW as well with Spotify and the majors doing a deal. And there was something else there that speaks to what you're talking about, where Lucian says, it is essential that we work with strategic partners such as Spotify to enable Gen AI products within a thriving commercial landscape in which artists, songwriters, fans, music companies, and technology companies can all flourish. So what that essentially means to me from everything you're saying is we're going to unlock a bunch of capital.
Totally.
Money, revenue is going to come in. And you could say that as easy as saying Spotify, the whole idea or the conversation that Spotify has been capped in terms of users' growth in North America
Okay.
thing, like
Again, I encourage you, a lot of y'all love this like super industry inside baseball stuff we talk about. I encourage you to watch the whole thing. We just have a shit ton of other topics that, even though we're rocking out for, like, we still got like five plus hours. So if you guys are rocking with me, please just chill out. I know we started a little bit slow. We got into a lot of things, but we have so much more to go. And if this was a 10-hour stream, I could watch like an hour of this with you, but we have a lot to get to. Okay, chat?
got these people at the majors where like these are really, really challenging decisions and challenging deals because they're setting precedent.
Yeah.
When they get these things done, they can't just like experiment with something and then go back or they're going to get crucified.
Right.
With doing these things. So, the people who are making these deals, again, like they're doing it in the best interest of the artist. And I think, again, like from Lucien's memo, like I think they're trying to walk both of these worlds where they don't want to be, make the Napster mistake. Like what would the industry look like if they had gotten streaming deals done in 1999
Right.
and 2000 and hadn't lost 10 years?
Yeah.
So I think that, that's weighing on them a lot. Like we can't miss this opportunity, but at the same time, we have to protect our rights holders and, our art, and I can absolutely say that, the people that are doing those deals, like there's an elevated level of care that I think that you get from like working directly with the artist that only happens from the manager. And
now I know it's a little bit convoluted. Remember, you got to watch the whole thing. I know some of y'all might be like, well, I don't care that much about the music business. How does this affect Young Boy? Why be better? Or they might be like, yo, listen, man, just tell us what this has to do with Nicki Minaj. I get it. I'm trying to like summarize some of this stuff to you. What he's kind of saying is kind of giving a prelude to what's eventually going to happen. Spotify at some point, and they're managing these relationships kind of like he's saying a lot to say music labels these days are garbage and artists should want to have a relationship with a place like Spotify or a DSP just directly. You don't need the label. The label used to pitch records, used to do this, used to do that. And so many things are now outside of their control or their influence that, it's fucking worthless. And he's going to talk about independent artists real quick. Hopefully he touches on that. But we have two more things and we'll hop off of this topic.
Where does that put the independent artists? Because as you and I both know that, the front lines, the artists, new artists, those deals aren't happening as much as they once used to.
Yeah.
So where does that put the independent artists in?
Well, I mean, it's like,
when you say scary, what are you referring to?
well, I mean, it's scary in the sense that there's a lack of knowledge being passed, I think, right now, with the fact that a lot of the majors like have, changed their business models.
Yeah.
It's not to say that they're not, interested in, breaking artists and breaking hits,
Oh, okay, I know what he's talking about. So essentially what's now happening is that the labels, remember, they want more money. So anytime a company wants more money, this is usually how it goes. You try to produce more to get more money. You try to raise prices to get more money. Okay? You try to find new markets to sell to get more money. Well, remember, they're doing all this through Spotify. They are raising price. Spotify's pretty much in all the countries already. And music is being produced. They're uploading the most music they've ever uploaded to Spotify and other DSPs. So they're doing everything to increase how much money comes in. Yet the increase or the percentage increase is not enough. So what happens there? In any business, this is how it works. When you can't increase revenue anymore and you still want to look profitable, the next thing they do is they fire people. Amazon lays off 100,000 people. This company, we just talked about Block, that says they're firing 60 or 40% of their workforce. Their stock went up. Why? It looks more profitable. Most companies spend the most on, salaries for their workers, right? So payroll. Well, when it comes to the music business, they've done that. A lot of those old executives, say like Atlantic, they all got fired. It's like there's a lot of new kids on the block. You know, unless you're like one of the really necessary people, it's the first time in a really long time the industry has gotten rid of a lot of these older people that worked in the game that require these $1 million salaries, right? I don't think Kevin Lyles is employed anymore. Julie Greenwald, Mike Kaiser, they have a whole new look over there at Atlantic. They actually consolidated, which means they fired people and didn't get new people back. So they're saving money, which makes them look like they're making more money. So they're saving money, they fired executives. Okay, well, how else do you make it look like you're making more money in the music business without getting more money from the music? The next thing is not investing so much. So the music business is a place where you usually invest in new music to get returns on the music that sells. Well, remember, they have something called a catalog. So if they invest less in new music and just rely on their catalog that they could definitely predict how much it's going to make, they're going to look more profitable. Most of these music companies are all traded on the stock market, which means profitability and profit margins matter to the investor. You look better and more attractive to a prospective or current investor when you're showing bigger profit margins, quarter over quarter and year over year. So what they're doing now is that they're not spending on new artists. So new artists come in, they're telling these niggas, nigga, go do a fucking dance. Go do a fucking dance and get popping. We're not spending the bread. You know, like they used to give these guys big budgets. Hey, here's $500,000. Go do a promo tour. They're not doing that anymore. Yo, bro, your whole fucking budget to promote everything is $300,000. That's it. Take it or leave it. So promo budgets kaput. They're not spending on new music. Hey, you know, say an artist is like, hey, you know, everybody's expecting my next album. Hey, you know what I need? I need a Boy Wonder beat. Then I need a DJ Mustard beat. Then I need this. Then I need that. The label's going to say, bro, those beats are going to cost you $6 million. Bro, you got $60,000. Go on YouTube and find so-and-so type beats. Go on motherfucking Beat Click or some shit like that, nigga. Or BeatStars. Nigga, you're not getting a bunch of mustards and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. Your budget is 60 grand, nigga. Not 6 million. 60 grand. Go figure it out. So they're not invested in new music anymore. Right? So the new artists who are thinking, now we gonna pop off. How, nigga? They're not spending money to promote your shit. They're not spending money to make your shit. They're not spending money to make your videos. Be like, yo, matter of fact, I need a crazy video. You know they're looking at you and say, young boy takes $30, a pint of lean, and a goddamn Black and Mild to create 5 videos in his garage. Why the fuck would we give you $300,000 to do a fucking music video? Why the fuck would we do that? So there's no music video budget. There's no promotion budget. No budget to get great songs made with poppin' or current, producers. Be like, yo, y'all need a Metro Boomin beat. If Young Metro don't trust you, nigga, you better go on YouTube and type in 21 Savage sounding beats and you rap on one of those, fuck nigga. That's it. That's it. So the music business is telling niggas, we done spending on you niggas for right now. And I think it's going to last like 2 years or so because there's going to be a bubble that pops there that people realize that it's kind of like what I say with AI. You could inflate revenue. And after a while, when the music industry, there's no new music for a while and the culture is like completely depleted, there's going to be something that goes on, right? We hope that this is going to be the start of this year because last year was definitely that. But it might manifest itself in 2027. But I hope you guys understand, right?
Like they were before. It's just that they recognize that it's a business, and there's, other ways that you can make money from that business. And, streaming isn't always like the greatest when you're making the same as Rain Sounds, you know? So I think that you're seeing like a lot of people like trying to do the best that they can do, like as we're preparing for like whatever it is gonna be, next. But for like an independent artist, and what I was trying to say with like the lack of knowledge is like TikTok happened at the same time as COVID.
Okay.
The music industry like turned upside down at the same time that like marketing workflows like weren't working anymore. So you had all of these bad practices that started to come to, fruition, like reality. There is like tried and true, like proven workflows that do work. The record labels gave up on music and algorithms like way too early because they had these revenue targets. They didn't have time to figure out like how to market effectively. So the answer was just, let's lay off the marketing people and just focus on e-commerce until, Gen AI fixes itself, right? Which means that like for an independent artist that is on its own, the idea that you're going to go sign a record deal and the label's going to come in and develop you and, you're going to be Olivia Rodrigo is like pretty unlikely, right? Like the kind of model now is you come in and you build yourself up and, once you're earning money and you've got a brand like starting to build around you, like then let's work together and, we'll be there for you. But, I think they're being very clear about the fact that they can't provide services in the same way that they used to. Mm-hmm. And that leaves an independent artist with, not very many options, in terms of like trying to have a successful career unless you find a great manager, like somebody like you who's going to come in and say like, this is how you do it. Mm-hmm. Right. Like otherwise, you're going and you're, doing a distribution deal, maybe you're getting like a little bit of marketing, from that. You don't know what to do with it. Right. Everybody else is spending money on TikTok. So you should spend money on TikTok too.
Right.
The best practice is to spend pre-release, so by the time that your song comes out on commercial platforms, like you're out of money, and then you're just in traffic, stuck with everybody else, like hoping that you're going to go viral on TikTok to resurrect your career.
Right.
And that's not a very hopeful, I think, opportunity for an independent artist. Now, that's not to say that, there's a lot of incredible tools that are being built, that allow, independent artists, management, companies to do things with AI that you don't need like a big record label anymore.
Well, what are some of those tools? And can we talk about?
All right. Okay. Perfect. Okay, cool. I think there's a lot of things there. Again, I hope you guys do watch all of this if you do care about this type of stuff. The last thing on the music industry before I get off, and I feel like we've been talking a lot about business stuff, right? Don't you worry, we got the bullshit for you, so just hang in there. Love you all. This just came across my desk. The Justice Department have said that Live Nation, they've broken. All right, let me see. They said the Justice Department is blaming Ticketmaster and Live Nation for the broken concert ticket industry. Now, I'll read real quickly. It says a U.S. justice lawyer has told jurors at a civil antitrust trial that the concert industry is broken because Ticketmaster and its parent Live Nation Entertainment have monopolized the market, driving up prices for consumers, but the companies say the government is wrong. David Delquist, an attorney for the Justice Department Antitrust Division, and if you don't know what that means, basically the government is basically taking the Justice Department, the Justice Department and their U.S. attorneys, they're taking Live Nation to court to say they have monopolized concert promotion and ticketing, and it's unconstitutional and it's anti-competitive because when you have that monopoly, you could drive up prices without anyone being able to compete. So, for example, it says they said, listen, the United States and 39 states are counted on the Manhattan jury to end the monopoly and reward artists with a competitive marketplace will leave them with more money. This case is about power and the power of monopolists to control the competition. It said today the concert ticket industry is broken. He says, listen, they're arguing on the behalf of other companies. Well, no, David Marriott arguing on behalf of Live Nation says, we let the numbers do the talking. We don't have monopoly. Now, this is the same guy who was Diddy's lawyer. So Judge Arun, not Diddy's lawyer, I'm sorry, Diddy's judge. Judge Arun Subramanian has told the jurors that the evidence will be presented over the next 6 weeks. So it's going to be a 6-week civil trial, okay? After which they'll be left to decide whether Live Nation and Ticketmaster broke antitrust laws. The trial stems from a lawsuit in 2024 that alleged that the companies have dominated the ticket industry by suffocating competitions, controlling everything from concert promotion to ticketing, okay? Ticketmaster, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, this is going to be interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on what happens during this, because, you know, there was a few things that notably kind of caused this lawsuit to be filed. First of all, you know, Taylor Swift tour and some of these very lucrative tour that made billions, it was kind of like seen that not only did Live Nation control the tour, the venues and all that type of stuff that the tour was going to be at, they control how tickets were going to be sold and disseminated, and how the consumers could try to get a chance to get a ticket, even and going even as further as saying possibly get a ticket for maybe a cheaper price or a lower rate. Because they knew the demand was there, they created very distinct means and measures to heighten up the price, and you know, possibly at times they're saying allowed resellers to kind of like buy the tickets from them instead of actually honest consumers, and then resell it at such a high price that people are, you know, you're paying now $2,000 to go to a Taylor Swift concert. I've told you guys, this is like a fact. You know, I had something replaced in my house by a contractor. It's this white guy. He doesn't even know what I do. You know, sometimes they'll come and they'll be like, you know, well, you're the only black guy on the block, or they might look at the cars and they'll be like, maybe you do something in hip hop. And the guy didn't really know me, you know, just an average white guy. And when I guess he came in, I have a bunch of plaques like in my like one of my rooms by the foyer. So he sees a bunch of plaques, and I guess he realized, oh, this guy's in the music business. So I was like, yeah, you know, whatever. And, you know, he doesn't really mention anything of it. He does his work. I eventually pay him, but he says this to me. He's like, yo, listen, hey, before you pay me, you know, I'm not that type of guy, and I don't really know exactly what you do, but my daughter is a huge Taylor Swift fan. Her concert at MetLife Stadium is completely sold out. If you could get me 2 tickets to the show, I said, how did it sell out? Why didn't you get it there? He said, the tickets sold out in seconds. I'm like, what the fuck? Yo, Taylor Swift sold out 55,000 tickets like this. Bang! So he said to me, he's like, yo, I'll give you this huge discount. Like, I'll discount my rate by, you know, I think it was like $3,000. You just get me 2 tickets, please. And I was like, fuck, niggas really care like that? But it goes into what people are suing for. They're like, people felt that, you know, most of these tickets, yes, it sold out in 2 seconds, but most of the tickets became available after the initial sale on these third-party sites. And instead of the tickets actually going for $500, which that's what it was really listed for, it's now $1,800, $2,000, $3,000. And that's one of the reasons that they're suing Ticketmaster, because they're saying Live Nation has monopolized even selling tickets. It's allowed that there isn't a competitor that fans could have any other chance of initially getting it at a cheap price. If they didn't get it from Ticketmaster, they got to spend 3 times the amount of money to get it on a third-party site. And that's the problem, right? So they're saying the anti-competitive practices include long-term contracts ranging from 5 to 7 years, keeping venues to keep venues from choosing rivals and blocking venues from using multiple ticket sellers. I'll be honest with you. Today, you know, so for our Miami show, I'm selling tickets myself, and I really enjoy it, low key. We get to designate everything about it, and I like it. So I told my assistant, I said, hey, listen, we're doing my birthday show again in New York. I said, could we? I want to let us do the ticket, because, you know, I'm like really an independent type of guy. And my assistant's like, all right, cool, I'll ask the venue. The venue's Gramercy Theater. It's a Live Nation venue. And we asked them, we said, hey, could we, you know, we're already doing ticket sales over here. We have a whole list of people that's already in our ecosystem. We could kind of market to them and sell tickets to them directly. We may not need your ticketing infrastructure, so we don't need Ticketmaster. We could just sell the tickets ourselves. They responded back really quickly. They said, no show is allowed in our building that's not being sold via Ticketmaster, straight up. So if you don't use our ticketing system, fuck out of here. So we're selling tickets on their shit. Like it's not even like an option. So basically, you have no option. You want to do a show here, you got to use our shit, and we're gonna take our fees, and we're gonna do whatever. They make it to the point where After a while, you feel finessed. Now, I don't necessarily feel finessed. These people are kind of good people. But when you think about the grand scheme of things, say you're going to go to like, some of these venues. They have all these long contracts. They're going to make sure that they get the parking, they get the food, they get essentially everything of it. And it becomes almost like this bottleneck feel in terms of throwing a show or something like that. It's straight up monopoly. And that's why they're being sued. The lore about Live Nation goes even further than that. Live Nation has been accused of, like, for example, when people don't take their contracts or don't take their deals for tours, they'll, sabotage with bad promo. You remember I talked about, negative promo? Well, if you ever start seeing this tour is flopping, and there's mad promo around it, it's usually because some companies promoting it. I'll give you an example. Don't really necessarily care for this person, but it's not the only person it happened with, because they happened, I believe, as well when Sexy Red went on tour. But Lil Baby was offered $650,000 from Live Nation. This is back in the day. That's when he was really hot. Not the fella off Lil Baby now who's running around with his hand on Spider's thigh. We're talking about Le Bebe coming off the heels of it. My Turn. Okay. He's about to do a arena tour. And of course, you just always remember the thought of Lil Baby like thumbing through a check and like, like he's doing the motion, but his brain ain't working. And he's like this hustler guy, right? So Live Nation comes to him and says, we're going to give you $650,000 per show. Go do these arenas, okay? I forgot how many dates, but go do these arenas. Before he signs the deal, P, who's his boss, actually has a conversation with a independent promotional company that, they said, hey, well, we have some contracts with some of these bigger venues and we could get you dates as well. If you do it with us instead of Live Nation, how much are they giving you? Well, I don't even think they even asked her how much. They guarantee Lil Baby $950,000. Now the difference is $300,000 a show, right? First of all, Lil Baby ain't that slow, but you don't need to be a smart guy to realize $650,000 versus $950,000. That's $300,000 per show, an increase. So essentially, what he does, he basically says, "Hey, Live Nation, kick rocks for a bit. I'm doing this tour with these people. Their name is like AG or AG. I can't remember which it is. AG Touring." And essentially, what happens is, from the tour starts till the end, there was a constant barrage of videos and super promo that went out that showed, hey, Lil Baby didn't sell this. Lil Baby tour is flopping. And essentially, it's not that it's not that it was flopping. It was just that he wasn't selling out every event. But they would take the ones that weren't being sold out and would just kind of exacerbate it to make it seem like nobody was there, right? And, without making direct accusations, a lot of people felt that came from Live Nation. It was to kind of like let the artist know, Lil Baby, like, yo, you know how he just ran into Mike Rubin arms? Well, motherfucker, don't run off the plantation. You can't get around us, Live Nation. And when we say you deserve $650, motherfucker, you take $650. Because when you take $650, these arenas, after what we do, remember, we control the ticket in the door, the concession stands, the parking. We control everything and the promo. We own the sites. We could just plaster your shit up there that you get more sales. When you go around us, you flop. And I'm not going to lie, that's a really dope business model, except it becomes anti-competitive. If we don't take the shitty deal from y'all, we look like we flopped. If we take the deal, we miss out on money. It is what it is. Now, again, I can find a tour, Lil Baby tour. Just type in Lil Baby tour flop, and that'll be the tour. Okay, so it's a 2023 tour. It's only, this is one. Yeah. Okay? Look, everybody sold money. Joe Budden, low ticket sales. Lost all the audience. Can't sell tickets no more, right? Now, if you look at that tour, it's called It's Only Us. Lil Baby, It's Only Us tour. For you to figure out what's really behind it, you click on the tour. Okay, you click on the tour. Oh, let's see. Could we find it? I guess we got to use this right here. No. I just need the flyer. I need the raw flyer. The raw flyer will tell us what it is. Okay, I think, is this, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so when you click on the tour on the flyer, you'll notice here, right here is supposed to be where it says Live Nation. Live Nation is not on it. You ain't gonna win without Massa. This is why these niggas jumping into Mike Rubin hand. You can't win without Massa, straight up. It don't matter what you're doing. So when you go out, and by the way, I've spoken to the people who own this. These are African American brothers. We ain't gonna let no bunch of niggas come in here, claim that they're giving out extra bread. You know, they're paying more than Live Nation and have a successful tour. Fuck out of here. So essentially, Lil Baby tried to take extra money, and Live Nation make sure that nigga knew it's a Michael Rubin treatment. Nigga, get in line. We're gonna give you the reverse double stuffed Oreo hug, nigga, and you're gonna enjoy it. That's it. So after that, you realize, by the way, was the Wham tour Live Nation, or did he learn his lesson? I think that left a salty taste in his mouth. Pause. Wham tour. How did that one do? Let's see. We just got to look at the flyer. The flyer will tell you everything. You're supposed to see a big Live Nation thing on it. If you don't see Live Nation on it, brother, that's a problem. Live Nation owns all this shit. They feel like they own you. Straight up. Okay, let's just go to Wham Tour. Whamtour.com. Whamtour.com. And I'm not picking on Lil Baby. It's just that he's one of the artists that I know it happened to. They tried to do it to Rod Wave, but Rod Wave was really selling tickets. Like, no disrespect to Lil Baby. Well, actually, I don't give a fuck if I disrespect him. Live Nation, because Rod Wave went with another company too. But Rod Wave was really selling it. Like, you know, Rod Wave told me directly from his mouth. He said, yo, Ak, I ain't gonna lie to you. Live Nation flew to one of my shows, and they offered me a second deal. They wanted me to really get with them. But then these guys upped their deal because we were selling over capacity. Rod Wave is a ticket seller. He put asses in seats. You get what I'm saying? He puts asses in seats. Let me tell you this. Rod Wave is a different monster. Your favorite rapper ain't selling tickets like Rod Wave. That boy gonna put asses in them seats. Trust me. It's something about, you know, maybe it's because Lil Baby making all this chicken music, like niggas can't really identify to it too much. But Rod Wave, when he's singing about all them feelings, I got my heart on ice. People gonna be in them seats. And they're singing in that shit. They are, trust me. Well, let me see. Click here. All right. Tour. Let's see what the tour says. Did the tour not go down? Wham tour. There was a Wham tour. Wham tour. Oh, no. Okay. All right, here we go. Billboard, We'll be able to tell right here. Come on, don't block me off from here. No, I'm not signing up. Who's behind the tour? You always gotta look who's behind the tour. Okay. Find all the dates of the Wham tour. Okay, here we go. But I can't see if it's is it Live Nation or not? I can't see it. Yeah, it doesn't show. Well, I'll just Google it. Live Nation presents Wham Tour. Is it a Wham Tour? That's what it's called? Or maybe it's AG. Okay. Oh yeah. Never mind. You see Live Nation? So they whipped that little slave boy back in line. Fuck out of here. Don't ever leave the plantation, Le Bebe. You too stupid anyway. The Lil Baby's the type of slave. He break off the plantation and he come right back. He think he on some Christopher Columbus shit. He walk right back in the master's house. Stupid ass nigga. You know what it is with him. You know. Oh shit. We out of here. He running. He ended up right back at master's house. Nigga, you did a whole circle, stupid. Yep. So he went with AG. They claimed that whole tour flopped. And essentially, they whipped his ass back in slave. They whipped his little slave ass back in position, and he got right back with Live Nation. And you'll notice, which by the way, think about this. It's only us. Remember, he just dropped It's Only Me. That album, even though I didn't like, well, you dissed me on the album. That album did 200 and like something thousand. That tour, they're saying that flopped. So the tour after his highest selling album flopped. But then when he dropped his weak ass leaks and all that bullshit, and this last year when he dropped Wham, which that shit like only did like 100 or something, right? Half of them which were like paid for. that shit had no problems. No, it's Live Nation. Live Nation is not gonna make you look like you flopped. This is why when niggas were saying that Beyonce was gonna flop, those were the other companies trying to make Live Nation look bad. You can't make Live Nation look bad. It's Live Nation, nigga. You think Live Nation gonna do a fucking stadium tour with Beyonce and the shit flops? Are you dumb? Fuck no. Can't do that. Shit don't work. So that happens. Also, it's a reason why. It's a reason. Hey, Drake don't go against him. Drake know what type of time it is. But Drake with that money. Like, yeah, Drake could probably go somewhere else and get like $5 million a show, but he'll take the 4. He'll take the 4. He'll take the 4. He'll take the 4. It's a blur. I mean, Drake is literally on text message saying I'm a slave to Live Nation. Like, he literally is, right? Drake, slave, Live. He's literally on texting Johnny Green. Not Johnny Green. Johnny Blaze. He literally just texted her like, yo, bro, I'm a slave to Live Nation. Yeah, Live Nation. Those the guys. You can't go around Live Nation. Of course they're a monopoly. What the fuck?
Good in my heart.
Look.
Or like, because I just don't know where to start again, really, with you. It wouldn't be nervous. And I'm not saying it to make you feel bad. It makes me nervous again. Yeah, I hope you can take that and just be like, oh, situation that was bothering me. I have no ill feelings towards you.
Okay, wait. Is this
you text me and then, but sometimes I'm seeing it start. I don't know where to be at.
All right, no. Where's the message at? There's an actual direct message. Oh, right here. Oh, yeah. She's begging him to hang out. And Drake literally says, I respect this a lot, and I hear you loud and clear. I want to hang out with you. Like, she's begging to fuck him. Yo, you ever had a girl on your phone, like, yo, just begging you for the dick? Like, holy. He says, right now my life is on slave to Live Nation mode. Yeah. I can't. Hey, yo. Even Aubrey, nobody gets around that bit. Nobody. It's a Live Nation, nigga. Nobody gets around that. So please don't take it personal. If Drake can't get around it, Lil Baby, bring your buck-toothed, half-retarded ass here and hold his belt, nigga. Yes. 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 That's what happens. What you thought, Kendrick got around it? Nope. He fell in line too. He fell in line. What's it called? GNX National Tour. You know, definitely that's... Yo... For a nigga who claim he's like mad pro-black, he go with all the white institutions. I even go like he don't even try to bucket the system. At least like niggas like Prince back in the day was like, oh, let's fight the system. Like Kendrick, Kendrick is like the house Negro who's like on his off day, he's preaching like he's like really revolutionizing shit. Fuck out of here. Live Nation. You're gonna see Live Nation. Where is it at? You gotta make sure Live Nation is being seen. Yeah, let's go to this. Yeah, right here. Yep, right here. PG Lang, TDE, Cash App, and Live Nation, nigga. Like, he know what type of time it is. You feel me? He know what type of time it is. Yep. Bring your 12 years of slavery ass over here too, Kendrick. Catch his belt. Yep, nigga. Yo, Live Nation not playing with none of these niggas. Straight up. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm proud of Rod Wave for as much as he been rocking without him, but Rod, I hope they don't ever get you in line. But the rest of them niggas, you Negroes cannot leave the plantation. Live Nation is your pappy, and you will sit here, and when he says, what's your name, boy? You better not say no motherfucking Toby. Your name is Kunta Kinte, nigga. Straight up. Or was it the other way around? What's your name, boy? What's your name, boy? We gotta play that. What's your name, boy? Kunta. This is how they call Lil Baby, man. Right here.
I want to hear you say it. Your name is Toby.
Yo. Your name is Demonique. Your name... What's your name? Now, you know what it was probably like? What's your name? Dominique. Whip him again. What's your name, boy? Wham! 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 My name is Wham. Yeah. Get his ass in line. Get his ass in line, man.
You're going to learn to say your name. Let me hear you say it.
Yep.
What's your name?
Wham!
Kunta Kinte.
Demonique. Nah, nigga, whip his ass again. One more time. Oh shit, how they gonna cut that out? Talking about get the DVD. I gotta get the DVD to see the whip. Crazy. What's your name, boy? Wham! My name is Wham! All right, perfect. We're done with that little segment. Done with that. So Live Nation is being targeted. We'll see what happens. Now, here's honestly what I think is gonna happen. Like, of course Live Nation got a monopoly going on, nigga. What the fuck? Like, of course Live Nation got a monopoly. But they have so much money. And just like, it's like business as usual, they're going to throw some distractions in, pay some people off. And some way that this DOJ that's going at them, really, they just got to survive until they could get a Democrat president in 4 years that's going to influence the DOJ to forget all about this. So they got to survive this next, like, what is it? Trump's getting out in 28. So pay some money, try to drag this out, even though this is going to come down to a ruling in 6 weeks. How is this going to affect regulatory stuff? Because let's say they get found liable for, creating an anti-competitive market. They're going to have to pay some money in a ruling. They're going to, of course, appeal this and third. But then that allows for, regulators to actually push forward in more court proceedings to force a breakup or some type of, divesting or something of the sort. So we're going to kind of see what's up, but it's going to be interesting. All right. Enough business stuff, enough like above the shoulder stuff. I think we've been smart today. Has the Academy been good to y'all? Y'all learned a few things. We checked the box of we're smart. We're not only here for fuckery. Did we? Have we? Because it's time for the bullshit. I ain't gonna cap with you. Like, it's time for the bullshit, chat. It's time for the bullshit. I know y'all waited for this one. And by the way, we're about to go over to I'm letting you know now. We're about to go over about midway. We're about to go over to Kick. So, remember they got no ads over there. You can just go over there, just make an account, and just hit the follow button. We good. I got a lot of shit to talk about. Holy shit. I could give you guys a Dirk update, and I got a Julio Fulio case update. Too much smart shit. Let's get to some dumb shit. I want to get to the dumb shit right now. Like, it's time to take some shots. Cheers, my nigga. It's 3:00. I've gotten y'all past, lunch if you're on the East Coast. Listen, I've worked a 9 to 5. Around 3:00, 3:30, that last hour and a half is when you plan your after work moves. You done working. If you ain't get what you needed to do done by 3:00, that shit's a wash. At that point, you just watching the clock. You texting your hoes who's gonna kick it later. Like you're texting your homeboys about a basketball game. You're texting your little group chat. Y'all gonna meet up for drinks. Like you're done working at 3:00. That 9 to 5 shit. Come on, man. You get there at 9. You macking it. You talking about the games last night. You doing some bullshit. You really start working about like 10:30 and you work till 3. And of course, you take an hour lunch. And that's where you do all your work. By the way, there's no job that needs you to work 8 hours. They just need you to be there for 8 hours. Let's keep it a beat. Right? Don't worry, I got y'all. If you're driving, you've been cooling. You know what I mean? You may have took a break or two. You refueled. You cooling. You just on the highway, cruise control. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't you worry. We got you. You delivering packages. Trust me. Hope you're not doing it in like a place where the weather is too inclement. But, take your time. Don't be an asshole. You're caught on Ring cameras and the Tesla cameras. Don't just like fucking frisbee niggas packages like that. When it says fragile, it means fragile. Don't blow your back out neither. When it says motherfucking heavy, don't be over here trying to lift it like that. They should have given you the fucking, the little trolley to bring it up there. And, yeah. And if you're working DoorDash and shit like that, when they say leave it at the door, they didn't mean leave it downstairs at that door, nigga. Get on the elevator and come upstairs to apartment 4A, nigga. And when I say leave it at the door, not meet you there, it means don't knock, nigga. Don't knock. Don't fuck up what I got going on. You don't know if I got a bitch. You don't know what's going on. Just don't knock. You leave it there, they'll get a fucking thing on the app saying you delivered the shit. Come on, don't fuck it up, man. Don't fuck it up. Whatever your job is, remember you're useful. I don't care what you're doing. Remember you're useful. Okay? If you a server, keep it cool, man. You know, crack some jokes, be hospitable. We don't give a fuck if your girl's sucking another nigga dick. Like, bring a pleasant attitude when you're serving that nigga that steak. Okay? Bring a pleasant attitude. Joke about LeBron or something like that. You don't get a good tip. It's okay. Pause. Just remember, you got to get to another day. First of all, it's just the first of the month, so some of y'all still got to pay rent. So get that rent paid. Don't get fired on your day off. And don't worry. Tomorrow will be better. Next week, hopefully even more better. And hopefully we get to a better time even, you know, a couple months ago from now, right? Oh, good. Let's get to the bullshit, man. What y'all want to talk about? So we got Julio Fulio case. We got David. Homeboys actually look like he's about to get charged. They have confirmed the grand jury is actually convening. We have Young Boy, straight fuckery. Young Boy is juggling about 19 girls. I've never seen this shit like that before. He's going off on each of them. It's entertaining. It's entertaining, but I'm not going to lie to you. The thought of having this many emotional women who probably have legit gripes because they have children involved and you have to deal with all of them. Young Boy's like 27 or 26. He might get gray hair by his 30. I'm not going to lie to you. So we'll see. J. Cole, he beefing with Lil Pump. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Lil Pump is beefing with J. Cole. Nevertheless, we will see what's up with that. Okay, so cool. We got a couple. We could talk about Drake's album, but I seen some comments here like, yo, Ak, you brought Drake into everything already. So we could probably leave the Drake album speculations till later. Drake did make a post where he's kind of like, hinting that, Iceman so soon, okay? What else? We didn't react to the Spotify executive interview. Cardi B, Stephon Diggs, holy. Cardi B's now dissing Stephon Diggs. Let's actually get to that. So Cardi B, after rumored supposedly breaking up with her boyfriend / baby daddy Stephon Diggs, she's now on tour. And her tour is going on well. A lot of people really enjoy Cardi B. Like, Cardi B over anyone else is just someone who people have a vested interest in her life because they love her personality. They love her. There's something about her. She's radiating. She's fun. And even when she's like cussing people out, it's like there's that humanistic element of her where you're like, you know what? She's like a person. Like, she doesn't come off contrived. She doesn't come off like, she just comes off like a ratchet bitch from the Bronx. And that's how she likes to keep it. That's kind of her persona. Even without putting out music from 2018 to 2024, which was 6 years, she was actually able to still sell a pretty decent amount of records. I believe 180 or 200 or something of the sort. Like, definitely good for her. And after that, she announced that she's going on tour, which has started this year. Now, with her going on tour this year, what that has done is finally gotten her, number one, out the house. And what do I mean by out the house? Well, Cardi B is like every toxic woman. And even though she would probably say she's not toxic, even though I would offer this to Cardi B, you're toxic yourself when you're attracted to toxic men. If you're attracted to cheaters, but then complain about cheaters, you're toxic and you create the cycle you complain about, right? It's like men. Like sometimes we like the bad bitches who are IG models, and then we start cussing them out that they link with every other nigga with money, and they're fucking them. Yeah, you're attracted to the girls who are attracted to that, which you claim you don't like that. So again, a lot of these things that we end up complaining about in life, we're attracted to, and I think Cardi B's the same. Cardi B's attracted to men who have many options, who are usually promiscuous, yet she'll get on there about people playing with her, cheating on her, this and third. Who's creating the problem? Is it them or is it you? Right? So, interestingly enough, what is this? Oh, this is some bullshit. Interestingly enough, it appears that Cardi B broke up with Stephon Diggs after Stephon Diggs at the Super Bowl he brought like one of his side chicks or one of like Offset's old side chicks that's his friend. You know what I mean? Her name is Pre or some dumb shit like that. He brought his harem of women there. Now, you got to remember, the thing is, with all due respect, I think Cardi think that she's like she's the only star in the show. Like, no, it's his show. Just like it's your show. And in his show, he has 6 baby mamas. He got side chicks and he got female friends. This guy's a very promiscuous guy. Like, I've never met the guy, but he's one of those people that just has a name that in any major city, they're like, oh, his girl works at Starlist. His girl works here. There's just, everybody knows about this dude, right? So it's like, again, there's nothing wrong with his lifestyle. I wouldn't judge him there. But this idea that, Cardi is just fooled or like she's just, sucker for love and she's just hopeless romantic, you got to start holding her accountable. Be like, this is the type of guys you like. You like smuts. You like community dick. Like, why do you get with community dick and hopefully that they like community dick don't become private dick? Don't happen like that. So, apparently the Super Bowl goes on. Yo, the nigga brought all his bitches to the fucking show. He brought supposedly a best friend. Her name is Pre. This used to be Offset's side chick, allegedly. So Offset used to be punching dick in her stomach while he was with Cardi B. So you know how women are. It's like her lifelong op. Like, yo, my ex-husband used to be fucking you. Well, why does your new man is friends with her? So anyway, she's around. She got like front row seats to the game. She's chilling with his mama, and I keep saying the mamas always have like a favorite hoe. It looked like she might be the favorite hoe. It is what it is. So Cardi B's over there. She spent $2 million on some party. She's like, oh, I'm about to turn up. I'm going to support my guy. He made it to the Super Bowl. Come on, man. All his side chicks show up. So now she's kind of feeling play with because every bitch who has sucked this nigga's cock or licked it like a lollipop in the last 3 years, they're there, which is half the stadium. Okay? Half the stadium shows up that he fucked. And Cardi's looking around like, holy fuck, this is like a family reunion of who's had this community dick. For whatever reason, Cardi gets upset. I think that'll be baked in the cake. She wouldn't get mad, but she gets upset. Supposedly they break up. Who knows? But we don't really see them together afterwards. Apparently she cancels the party. She dips. Fuck out of here. She even has like this clip where people was like, yo, we know shit wasn't good with her and the dude when right before the game, they asked her if she had any words for the nigga, and she gave, the quintessential, Bronx bitch got an attitude response. She told that nigga, good luck, nigga. You know what I mean? Good luck. Good luck. Where's it at? Can I find it? Nah. Let me see. Where is it at? I don't know if I can find it. Okay, anyway, it was a clip where she's just like basically saying, they said, do you have any words for Stephon Diggs or whatever? And she basically says, good luck, nigga. But she says it in the most sassiest, like, I don't fuck with you manner. And people just kind of realize, like, okay, this is not good, right? Cardi B, Stephon. I can't find it. All right. Don't worry. We're not going to harp on it too much. Oh, this is it right here.
Inspiring message for Stephon before the game. One inspiring message for him.
Good luck.
Yeah, everybody could tell. Everybody could tell she ain't fucking with that nigga. Okay, basically. The nigga shows up with like 60,000 of his baby mamas at the shows or like side bitches or whatever. Cardi's feeling outnumbered. She dips, cancels the party. They're not together no more. But she's on tour and they haven't seen this nigga at the tour yet. And apparently they're now attributing like part of her tour, like one of the speeches she goes on as shots to maybe him, Stephon Diggs, or Offset, okay? This is what she said.
That song is called The Principle. You can't be out here playing with a bitch like me. This nigga's out here praying for a bitch like me. You hear me? I'm too sexy to be lonely and too grown to be playing with, nigga. Who you playing with, motherfucker? I ain't never had a bad bitch like this, nigga. Never in your motherfucking life. None of them bitches ain't fucking with me. They ain't fucking with you, bitch.
Now, let me stop it there. A couple things to address. We love Cardi B. I love Cardi B. Cardi B, I rock with Cardi. I've always said that. She's such a nice person. To me, I think she's a genuine person. I don't have to agree with everything she does. And I usually tell her if, when it comes to comments on her, like either relationship or whatever, I'm commenting on the public aspect. You know, she's the one, if we ever talk, she'll give me some more context that maybe, you know, obviously I always tell her, I say, I'm a guy. You know, I'm not the shade room. I'm not, you know, the gay dude over a neighborhood talk or whatever. I'm a guy. So like, you know, I remember one time we had a conversation, she had said something about like Offset, and I was just like, yo, hey, listen, like, yo, you can't say shit like that. Like, it looks crazy. And, you know, we kind of had like a quick little fun conversation about it, but, you know, we kind of understood the differences between us. Like, I interpreted what she said from a male's point of view, and she, as a female, based on what she'd been through, she understood what she said from that point of view. And that's kind of where our differences are. And I think it's dope. You know what I mean? Like, and again, obviously, you know, it's her life, it's her business. I can't tell her what to do, but, you know, she does understand if I ever make a public comment about her relationship. I'm not hating. It's nothing. I'm probably going to come from a guy's perspective, right? Anyway, I do want to say in addressing what she says, number one, we don't know if this is going at Stefon Diggs, right? She doesn't say a name. So this could even be going at Offset, but I'm going to think it's going to be going at Stefon Diggs because that's seemingly the thing that everyone's talking about on social media. And she seems really current with knowing what people are talking about. So I think she's talking about him. Here's the thing, and I hate to break the harsh reality to Cardi, is that, you know, this idea, which she says,
praying for a bitch like me. You can't be out here playing with a bitch like me. This nigga's out here praying for a bitch like me.
She said, you can't be out here playing. There's niggas out here praying for a bitch like me. I agree. But I'm going to be honest with you, Cardi, the majority of the niggas who are praying for a chick like you are bums. It's the ones who want you to buy them a car, pay their taxes. I'm not talking about Offset. Please don't try to do that to me. It's the ones who want you to literally for your success and your money. The guys you're attracted to don't want you for that, including Offset. Offset don't want you for that. And I don't think that Stefon Diggs wants you for that. I think they see you as a dope person, dope personality. You look good. And they think you're fun, and they think that, you know, they could have a unique experience with you. And that's it. So this idea when you're talking about niggas who are praying for you is the niggas that you don't want that's praying for you. You feel what I'm saying? It's the niggas who want to leech off you that you would never want. You, of course, don't want a complete bum. You want a successful nigga. You want a nigga who's having his own. And the harsh reality of all of that is that here's the truth. The guys you attracted to, there's a lot of women attracted to them, right? Offset, the rumor is he fucked half of Starless. Like, again, don't kill the messenger. That's what they say. Like, yo, when Offset walk up in Starless, man, it's like all the bitches. It's like not even Eskimo, but it's like half of the bitches he done put his dick. It is what it is. That's what it is, right? Well, Stefon Diggs, the rumor is you go down to Houston. Matter of fact, you just open up Instagram. They say he fucked half the hot bitches on Instagram. So both of the niggas you like fucked half the bitches everywhere. So the point is, when you say like all these other dudes want you, like, yeah, but do you want them? Because it's a reason why the guys you picked are the biggest whores. Like, you're not picking no, you know, like, hey, with all due respect. Actually, let me not use my man as no. I was going to say, I like what Cola Ray did. You got to go get with like Justin LaBoy. See, Justin LaBoy, like, he get hoes. Well, let me not say that because Coy gonna call me on it. Some girls on his dick. But what I'm saying is that he's not the nigga who is fucking slanging it with all the bartenders, all the fucking IG thoughts, and you could have some reasonable expectation of him not having a fucking orgy with 9 bitches that worked as starlets, okay? But when you're with Offset and you're with Stefon Diggs, yo, Stefon Diggs got 17 side bitches just in Miami, my nigga. Like, I don't even know what Cardi B thought. And you know the funny thing is, Cardi B knows this shit. She gotta know it. She gotta know it. Like, this ain't no secret. And Cardi, don't call me. I don't know these girls. I'm just saying, like, I just heard there's a lot of girls, man. It's a lot. It's a lot of these hoes. It's a lot. You feel what I'm saying? You can't change a tiger's stripes in the 9th inning. It's okay. So trying to rationalize these guys being themselves with saying that so many people want you, with all due respect, unless you're going to give Stefon Diggs a new hamstring, Achilles tendon, like give him 1 extra second on his 40-yard dash or give him another 10 years in the NFL, you are not an additive to his life. He likes you and everything is cool, but trust and believe what women don't really understand. He gets a chick. Yo, I know one of these bitches. There's just a bum ass bitch that just be like leeching from section to section in Miami, and he loves fucking on her. So it's like you're Cardi B worth 300 million competing with a bitch who's sucking dick to be in sections. You should already know it's an unwinnable war. All he care about is a BBL and that they like under 25. Come on, your agent, I'm keeping a beat with her. Your agent, yeah, you got great personality, you're successful. But when you look at the bank account, he ain't wanting for nothing. He good. Cardi B, with all due respect, and I'm not trying to bring this up to have her crash out. Maybe I shouldn't bring this up because I do fuck with her. I'm not going to use a person because people going to be like, oh, she needs a man who ain't in the industry. Like a former gangbanger or something. Because she, like, Cardi one of them girls who love, like, real niggas. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the prototype of Cardi B, she don't want no nigga who look too square. Like, she want, like, a nigga who look like he shot somebody, who sold some drugs. You know what I mean? So she need, like, a reform nigga, a former felon. A nigga on parole. But he not fully broke, but he got no name in terms of he's a fucking superstar that bitches are begging to suck his penis. That's what she needs.
You hear me? I'm too sexy to be lonely and too grown to be playing with.
Yo, Cardi B, I'm gonna keep it a being with you. I love you. And I've always said I think you do look the best of his bitches. But he got about 700. I think you look the best, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen some of his bitches. They're bad as shit. I can't even lie. Yo, let me tell you. One thing I gotta give that nigga credit, that nigga bitches be bad. Like, you see 2 or 3 of that nigga's bitches and be like, yo, I can understand why he fucking these girls on the side. Yo, Cardi, that bitches is bad. I'm still putting you up there because you my homie. But them, yo, his side chicks are bad. I gotta keep it a bean. No, I'm serious. Yo, I've seen the nigga. Like, I've been around and it'd be like, oh shit, that's Stefan Diggs' side chick. And I'm like, what do you mean side chick? Oh, she fucks him. Like, he bought her that watch. I'm like, what? This bitch is gorgeous. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. Nigga got good taste. I can't lie to you. Nigga got good taste. So I would say, Cardi, I give you the number 1 spot, but it's not like he's fucking a bunch of ugly ducklings. The type of bitches he fucking, I could see why. I'm gonna be honest. I could see why. Like, I'm gonna keep it 100. The difference between Stefan Diggs and like Jay-Z and Tiger Woods, when you see the bitches they were fucking, you're like, dog, why'd you cheat on your girl for that? Yo, bruh, this is why you made 444? You cheated with that? Yo, you with Beyonce, gang? Crazy. Yo, Tiger, how the fuck you cheat with 18 hoes and they're all threes? What? Stefan Diggs got all, it's like 8, 9s, and 10s, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Yo, Cardi, I love you, but they're giving you a run for your money, girl. They're pushing it to the limit. I look at them and I said, I'm like, wait, this bitch bad as fuck. Wait, she tolerates us being the side? Yeah, she just loves Diggs. Oh, damn, this nigga lucky as shit. Cardi, I love you though, but I'm telling you, them girls. I wish I could say, damn, man, every time we see this nigga with a girl, she chopped. Hell nah. That nigga side bitches be looking lit. Anyway. Okay. What else you say?
Who you playing with, motherfucker? I ain't never had a bad bitch like this, nigga.
Yo, what women won't ever understand, if Stefan Diggs is going through the drive-thru at McDonald's and he see a girl that looks bad, got the nice eyes, beautiful lips, that nigga will be getting his dick sucked like everybody would be by that girl that night. She don't got to be worth $300 million. She could be worth $300. Yes. Unfortunately for Cardi B, she's competing with every new 21-year-old that even if she work at Checkers. If she stand outside of Chick-fil-A with the little iPad saying, what's up? My name is so-and-so. Can I take your order? You know what I mean? She's still competing with you, Cardi. It's unfortunate for women because Cardi B, after she's dated Offset, I guarantee she walk in a club and if she see a bunch of broke niggas, she probably like, it stinks in here. It's brokenness. I'm out of here. Oh my God. Brokenness. She don't fuck with regular niggas. She only fuck with ballers. She fuck with rich niggas. And she fuck with niggas that's up a couple million. Well, that's few and far in between. That's few and far in between. I keep seeing Offset with his new chick. I don't even know where he got her. Nigga, he might have got her from the Dominican Republic. Nigga, one of them little Punta Cana. I don't know where he got her. Yo, she look good though. Bad. I'm like, yo, oh, shit. I seen Offset new girl. This is the one that keep beating up the other one. Like she down to fight a bitch over Offset. She moving like she trying to get a green card. I don't even give a fuck what she trying to get. She look good though. These are your competition out here, Cardi. Like, I ain't gonna lie. The only person you could be with to get Offset in his feelings is Stephon Diggs. Offset gonna be with this chick. She bad. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyway.
Never in your motherfucking life. None of them bitches. And fuck 'em.
At the end of the day, man, a nigga don't care what's in your bank account, man. Whoever sucked dick the best, whoever look good, look the best, you win. And you're the less bitchy. Yo, here's the thing. With all this, and I ain't trying to throw Offset in this, because watch Offset be like, yo, damn, Ack, why you always gotta throw me in the mix? Yo, Offset, my bad, gangy. Yo, put it like this. Offset got a younger chick. She look just about the same. I'm not gonna say nobody look better than Cardi. Don't. Look just about the same. I don't think she got no kids. She probably sucked dick for twice as long. And what was the last thing? And he probably let him cheat. She probably let him cheat in peace. Yeah. Yo. She probably heard that Offset was fucking Selena and was just like, okay, so what? You know what Cardi would have done? Cardi's in the club hitting Selena with an ice bucket. Bitch! Yo! You can't tell me Offset ain't winning. Offset got a younger chick, no kids, probably down to do much freakier shit, and she down to let him cheat in peace. Oh, perfect. And she look bad as hell, just like Cardi. Oh my God. A woman can't flex with no shit like that. If a woman got to flex with, oh, he's more lit, he's more successful, Offset go platinum, your new nigga got to go to the Super Bowl. Got to go to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. But we love you, Cardi. We love you. You'll find love, but I suggest leave the athletes and the rappers alone and find a... She might have to do the Brittany Renner. Find a nigga who's a man of the cloth. Y'all seen Brittany Renner's new man? Holy. Brittany Renner went from being a Muslim to find a nigga that, I don't even know when she went to Bible study to find this nigga. She got a new man. And her new man, let me see, what's his name? Director X. What the fuck? Director X. What's his name? What the fuck? Anyway, let me just Google Brittany Renner God. Brittany Renner. I don't even know the nigga's name. We just call him Director X. But she basically got this new nigga, and she's saying this nigga, you know, their whole thing is being led under God, you know? Wait, why are people trashing her new podcast? I think she's an amazing podcaster. I just want to let you know that. Brittany Renner is a star when it comes to the podcast. All right, let me just go to her Instagram. Bundle of Brittany. Bundle. Okay. We love Brittany over here. Love Brittany. Okay. All right. Natural hair. Okay. Is this her and a man? This nigga looks zesty. No, that's her hairstylist. How come every male hairstylist is gay? Like, yo, how does that work? Oh, happy 34th birthday, Brittany. We love you. Is this your podcast?
It's Understood Emotion. It was a book I'd never... It sounds crazy. I got a book about anger, didn't finish it.
Hey, by the way, I just want to say, I believe Brittany Renner is one of the, when it comes to female talents, in terms of being an orator and being able to express herself, like now her personality flaws or whatever is really the fodder for content, but I think she's a really good podcaster. And if you like people like, you know, what's the girl from Call Me Daddy or Call Her Daddy, like Alexander Cooper, bro, unless you want to listen to mushmouth, like ghetto talks by fucking Young Miami, like the podcast I could tolerate, I need some, like you could talk in that ghetto ebonic shit, but like you got to have some type of intellectual ability that I feel like you could, you know, coherently put together a sentence. You know, like you're an orator, like you got to be able to speak. Okay, this is her man right here. Huh?
I appreciate even you letting me in with your son, you know, and being able to be a stepfather, someone to...
This nigga acting. Holy. Yo, chat, anytime, just read body language, man. Yo, this nigga is using the conquer a single mother thing. The way to a single mother's pussy is by telling her you ready to be a stepfather. It's a Russell Wilson tactic. You ever see a bad bitch, she got a kid, you want her? Just make up some shit. Yo, I'm so glad I found you, and your daughter or your son is so amazing that I've been looking for family my whole life. Nigga, she's sucking the skin off of your penis. She been looking for a stepfather, the father who stepped up for forever. She couldn't wait till she found a duck ass nigga like you. She couldn't wait. That's music to her ears. So you know what a real nigga does? You tell her that bullshit, you fuck until you tired of the pussy, then you dip. Like, yo, that's what happens, bruv. It's kind of what happens. Nigga said my favorite part of linking with you is your kid. You know he lying. Like, come on, bro. You know, yo, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I appreciate even you letting me in with your son, you know, and being able to be a stepfather.
Look at his eyes when he said, you know that nigga ain't. Stop it, bro. Like, stop it. Whatever, man. I'm gonna just let it go, man. Brady, I love you. Okay. I did I ever tell y'all, I was trying to get Brittany a deal with Spotify back in the day. I forgot. Why did they do it? I remember I got on a call with them, and I spoke very highly of her, and I really still believe, even to this day, she's amazing as a podcaster. Her life choices is hers, you know, and she puts it out there, hopefully for people to judge, whether good or bad. All right. Okay. All right, so that was the Cardi B Stefan topic. Oh, shit. Welcome to Atlanta, y'all. Chat, I'm not going to lie, man. Atlanta is such an amazing place. I want to say shout out to Rollo. Rollo has, previewed a new podcast as he has going on. He's been doing a live stream, also YSL Woody as well. And it appears that Rollo has linked up with the, Forgottens of Atlanta. And these are the people, while Atlanta tries to pull the hoodwink on us and act like, oh, no, y'all never seen in the last 3 years what y'all seen. Some people who have came out of that, we haven't forgotten. Whether it's YSL Woody, I think he's one of the most sincere people that's came out of Atlanta. And one of the reasons why I like YSL Woody is that after going through everything he's gone through, yes, you could say he told, but who in Atlanta didn't tell, right? Like, Atlanta's the home of the tellers, right? Like, one thing I like about Woody is that he's not still trying to act tough. And he has the real stories of being tough. He has the real stories of being put under the pressure, because everybody can say, I'll never tell, I'll never this. but they're not facing an indictment. They're not facing life in prison. So it's easy to say. So when we talk about people battle tested, he's one of the ones that's battle tested, except he doesn't come out of it a free man and still pops the shit glorifying where he just came from. Instead, if you've listened to Woody seems contrite. He seems apologetic. He seems a changed man who has understood what this entire process has done to him as a man, his community, but also done to his family. He has, time and time again, basically said, hey, listen, man, this is not some dope shit. We all fucked up. There's a lot of people who are hurting. And there's something about him speaking like that his sincerity is really worth something. I keep telling you, one of the problems that's happened with Atlanta, the actual Atlanta is trying to mirror the TV show Atlanta. Where, a TV show is meant to appease the audience. The current crop of Atlanta rappers are trying to appease us, except they have now gotten in an unwinnable position. We're asking them questions they can't understand because, honestly, it's not meant for the internet. They've been trying to validate who's telling, who's not, what's street laws, what's not street laws. Hey, well, he told, Gunna told, but the Slime didn't tell. And, well, this guy's a rat, but this guy didn't rat. Well, T.I., that's like OG, so that's like different. What about this guy over here? Well, I don't know about it. Well, and listen, really, we all real street niggas. We don't fuck with rats. Well, maybe we do, but not really. It's convoluted. Atlanta's turned into a joke. We all look at Atlanta now. We're like, yo, could y'all stop talking about, change the subject. Just change the subject, okay? The moment we hear, and I ain't gonna lie to you, and a guy who's my friend, Savage, I felt like, his album would have went on perfectly. What happened to the streets? If he didn't directly try to touch on some of those things that the audience was never gonna buy into whatever he's saying. For the most part, there's no smut on his name, but I think he fucked up. He fucked up by trying to inherit Atlanta's inherent problem. It's not his problem. When people thought about Savage, we just think about a gangster ass nigga. Don't inherit the problems of everybody else. Keep your head down and keep it moving. That's why I think that Lebed never answered the phone for Spider. Wham wasn't picking up the phone. Now he picked it up, but he only picked it up out of necessity. Him and Young Thug doing the ice bucket challenge, not looking too good. It's kind of crazy. Gunna is the one who seems like he's somehow prospering. We're going to see how that turns out. But Atlanta has turned into a goddamn joke where we have T.I. randomly going at a concert. He said he was drunk, but he said, yo, y'all got to stop playing with Atlanta. Why does he feel so defensive? He feels defensive because Atlanta seems to be the place of lawlessness, the place of lack of morals, the place that is filled with hypocrisy. Now, I'm not a street dude, so a lot of people might say, yo, Ak, what are you concerned with this? I'm not. But generally, when rappers start talking that shit, fans got to believe them. And when you show people, when you raise the curtains down, or you drop the curtains and they can see into the kitchen, they just realize that burger fell on the ground and you picked it up and then you put it back in the fucking fryer or whatever. And they're like, ooh, that's nasty. It don't taste so good no more. Before, they were licking their fingers. People could clearly see what's going on in Atlanta, and it stinks. They're going to try to do something interesting in 2026. They're going to try to rap their way out of it because there's no other way they could prove it. I would encourage any other way to try to prove it. Young Thug's on parole. Lebebe is scared of Fonnie Willis. What could you do? What could you do? The people don't believe it no more. It shows how fickle a reputation is. When people finally think they see your character for who it is, you spend all, this is why the 48 Laws of Power says reputation is key, guard it with your life. Because you spend an entire lifetime building it up. And the moment it falls, Young Thug was living the life. We all looked at him as damn near the street emperor. If he came home and said Gunna's cool, everybody loves Gunna. Whatever he says goes. And he said whatever Wham says goes. And he came out, and just like that, his reputation in 2 weeks evaporated with some leaked jail calls and then people revisiting his conversation with some detectives in Fulton County. It changed a whole perspective on Thug. He came out with a song, Gun a rat, Woody a rat, this a rat, da-da-da. Lil Baby dropped a song. He said, I ain't biting the cheese. Fam Goon Rollo. Oh! So I shouldn't have fucked with Gunna. I did that shit because of Troop. But essentially what ended up happening is he changed all the lyrics because he got confronted with the obvious fact. Well, if you consider what P did as telling, and what Rollo did as telling, and what Gunna did as telling, what do you think here about your bestie? Your passenger princess? He tried to act like he couldn't really, the brain moving, 0.2 miles per hour. But eventually realized it's unavoidable. He was going to have to do what everybody's doing in Atlanta, which is picking and choosing. There is no morals. There is no code. There is no, hey, we don't fuck with that. It's, we don't fuck with that nigga doing that. And we don't like when he do that, but when we do, it's cool. Atlanta's in shambles. There's a few individuals, they love watching it burn. Even though Rollo keeps preaching that he loves togetherness, he definitely remembers the days when he was ostracized, when Young Thug told Lil Baby, don't fuck with that nigga, he's a rat. He remembers that. He had to go get into real estate, build houses. The Woodies of the world. Well, of course, people thought he was just this peanut head dumb nigga who got put on a stand and he's the big giant snitch that was going to take all the burden for why Young Thug got charged, until people found him endearing. Until people realized, hey, maybe he didn't tell and maybe his telling has some type of caveat to it because he tried to save these niggas on the stand. Maybe we should start thinking about why he was put in that position. Maybe the telling started when niggas was mentioning his name in rap songs. We don't know. But people were not that upset with him because it felt like he was living his truth. Whatever you thought it was. Yak got him. Yak got him. It came out now, they say Yak is a snitch. Well, when we look at the case, Yak is one of the only people who took it to the box. He was vindicated off the charges. Even Young Thug, who we keep saying, and even he says beat the case, took a plea. Took a plea. But we're now to believe he's a rat. The problem here is when you have high morals, or you want to be the gatekeeper, or you like to point out other people doing wrong, make sure you're not living in a glass house. In the entire of Atlanta, whether they looked the other way on certain people, whether they did some of the same infractions, whether they, tolerated from their friends, but don't with their enemies, it's all come to light. So now people, probably to the dismay of Young Thug and whamming him, they're watching that hip hop and the national spotlight are going to be on the guys that you guys claim are rats. And people aren't looking at them saying, oh, it's just rats. What people are looking at them to say is, this is Atlanta. Whatever you think of them, just like Young Thug is Atlanta, just like Le Bebe is Atlanta, is the same way Yak Gotti's Atlanta, Rollo is Atlanta, and Woody's Atlanta. Whatever you want to say about one, say it about all. That's the problem. Because niggas still trying to get separated. So anyway, here's the video that Rollo put out. And he did clarify he's not shooting a music video. He was streaming.
Got Yak in the pack. He in the back. He was able to get caught. He was able to catch up with me. He got my my fault.
Y'all niggas all right playing.
Hey, you talking about real up.
Real up.
Yeah, we got yak in the pack.
Fam going?
Hey, you talking about in the pack?
Yeah.
Hey, you talking about I ain't worried about shit, Jack. Lambo in the pack, Maybach in the pack. Hey, you got, hey, woo that. Woo that. You gotta paint your car, man. You gotta wrap your car so it can match everything. We messing around here. We don't like nothing tacky. You hear me?
We got this shit
We don't want nothing tacky. You heard? Yeah, we gonna scream. The bike match the houses, nigga. Fuck you talking about? We want everything to match. You hear me? The cars gotta match the houses, baby boy. Pakistan. The tracks in the pack. The Maybach is in the pack. Hey, Rollo.
What's up, baby boy?
This is Tringo right here. Let me tell you why. Look at the inside of that motherfucker.
I don't know what the hell that is.
We got yak in the pack.
Okay. Interesting. What do I say? I support the entire Atlanta, but I'm a bystander and a observer as I watch these guys trying to figure out their they're trying to figure out their new identity. What are y'all? Are y'all the anti-snitch guys still? Are y'all the I'm so tough, I hate snitches, I'm gonna kill them? Or y'all the, oh, we just get money and mind our business? Or y'all, because here's the thing. Atlanta is one of the places I've realized that's the click-up capital. Atlanta, click-up capital. It's a lot of places where you see people pop off, but it's niggas standing on their own. Atlanta, click-up capital. Who's friends with who, this and third. So what happens is that the click-up shit is a little fucked up right now. Because everybody want to be next to Thug and Wham, but it ain't looking too cool. So now if everybody got to stand on their own, it looks weird. Everybody, except Future. Future doesn't isolate. We haven't seen Future. Future ain't talking to none of these niggas but Metro. Think about it, chat. We heard all about Ratlanta. Future has not been seen until it was time for him to mini beef with Savage or the attempted beef, and then they got cool. I'm lying? Future just like he's like, man, I don't know these niggas, man. I don't know these niggas. Yo, Metro, what you about to do? Yo, Future might drop an album called I Don't Trust All These Atlanta Niggas, man. You know how he dropped the album saying I Still Don't Trust You? He might drop an album called I Don't Trust These Atlanta Niggas. Like, that might be Future's album. Let's give it a pin. We haven't seen Future kicking with none of these niggas. Future is playing stay away. Like, yo, all y'all niggas stay away from me. He looking at him like vampires. Stay away. Stay away. Stay away. Y'all ain't gonna come over here and fuck up my fucking vibe. Nigga, I had a great year last year, nigga. Get the fuck away from me. You Atlanta vermits. Get away. I'm gonna be right here. Somebody gotta go hang with Future. Future. Hey, if Future owed me a verse, nigga, I'm going around him and I'm gonna be like Young Thug and I'm gonna record. Hey, yo, Nevadius. Hey, yeah, don't duck. No duck, Nevadius. Don't duck. Nevadius. Pluto. Oh, my dog about it. Don't duck. Don't duck. You know we hang out still. You know we hang out. Like, why are you acting like we don't hang out? Come on, we doing a joint album, right? What? I can't wait for the Young Thug video. Now, Vadius, could you tell him it's still FBG YSL? Yo, Future's like, oh shit, what the? Yo, Future gonna look like Bobby Valentina running out of the room with a tranny. Y'all remember that? Yo, this gonna be Future. The next time one of you niggas trying, yo, you see how Young Thug secretly try to record. Yo, he did one of them like, Yo, not one time did Lil Baby acknowledge the fucking camera. You know he was on some, I gotta tell this nigga to delete the shit. Look, Future does the, yo, when girls in a car and they do the, wait, now you can see the headrest, you know what type of time it is. Yo, look, Yeah. Oh yeah. Yo, the whole time he could see this peripheral. I've been there. Girl recording me. Bitch, if you don't stop, nigga, like, yo, shit. This is when I'm driving back from the airport. Like, I told these bitch I was gonna be at my crib by myself. She like, New York City, what's up? I'm like, fuck. You know my girl watching you, man, because I just start following you, stupid. Damn, nigga. Look. Yo, this nigga don't even acknowledge the camera one time. He know this. Yo, he's seen this peripheral. Fuck. This is good. This is good. Yo. If I'm Thug, I'm doing this shit with Future too. Yo, Future, wait till me and you in the room together next time if I'm Thug. Yeah, that's when nigga do a double take. Yo, you on live? Nah, I'm just, slime shit. Yo, bro, you gonna look like Bobby Valentino running out of that bitch. You ever seen Bobby Valentino? It's Bobby Valentino running out the fucking hotel. Here we go. Look.
Bobby, lay down. You stupid. Why are you having this one?
It wasn't even one time. They caught that nigga like twice. Look at this one.
Got my house. Got my house. Bobby V, y'all. Bobby Valentino.
I'm with Pluto, y'all. The light jog is crazy. Yo, Thug, Thug, don't let these niggas be cool with you, like, in secret, nigga. Like, yo, you thugger, fuck that. These niggas gotta claim that shit in public, nigga, the fuck? I think he's got, stop playing, man. Like, yo, call them niggas, bro. Fuck that shit.
Bobby, he's so to play with my money.
Anyway, all right, man. Okay. What we doing? Chat, y'all ready to go over my kick? We got a bunch more topics. Holy shit, what's going on here? Okay. Alrighty then. Chat, we finna again. I'm rocking out to 8. I'm rocking out to 8 now. Kick.com/academics. I'm gonna give y'all one more topic. We'll give you one more topic, then we're gonna get over there. Holy. Okay, actually, maybe two. Hey, okay. Have y'all seen this? Get a little bit more serious. Can't keep doing the fuckery, the bullshit. We got to get some mental enrichment. I'll keep telling y'all that. Have y'all seen, so Logan Paul does his podcast. It's called like it's like Coffee Hour podcast or something like that. And shout out to those guys. I like their podcast. And he basically, it's a podcast about financial, it's about finances. And he admits like a lot of things about his finances, but one of the things that was kind of like jumping off the page and kind of went viral was him talking about his wedding cost. And if you don't know, Logan Paul got married to this woman. Logan Paul marries Nina Agdal, okay? And it was a star-studded wedding.
Instagram, with the emotional sibling admitting, I've seriously been crying over older bro's wedding.
Love in one of the most magical places on earth.
Now, they get married overseas. I forgot where's the place.
The sky, the trees, the sun, the blues, the green.
Logan also seen in his feelings.
And this is him and his wife, and this is his brother, Jake, with his woman.
Alongside his blushing bride, as a photographer wrangled the Paul family for portraits at the stunning venue.
3, 2,
Oh, that's
1.
a hot
Okay.
The Italy locale held a special
Okay, they had it in Italy.
meeting for the
Randy, I see my
YouTuber
boy.
and Danish model, who got engaged in 2023 with a Lake Como backdrop after a year of dating, followed by the couple welcoming daughter Esme in 2024.
Will you marry me?
Oh, shit. Okay. Anyway, I won't even get into some of the stuff they were trying to say about like his marriage. They were trying to accuse, him of marrying a woman who's insufferable, and she was like there was some clips that she kind of looked mean or unappreciative, or like she was like a B word. I won't even get into that, but what actually went viral recently is him speaking about how much money he spent on his wedding. I just showed you a little snippet of his wedding. I don't think there's a full-on video of it. There's a bunch of Instagram videos by people who attended. But lo and behold, he comes out on this podcast and says that he spent $4 million on his goddamn wedding. Listen what he says.
$4 million on my wedding. So like $4 million.
Where does that go? How do you do that?
I could show you the budget.
I would love to see, like, how much did just the flowers cost for your wedding?
Bro, like, I'd say, correct me if I'm wrong, probably between $250,000
What?
$400,000.
Wait.
Yeah.
What? That is more, that is like close to what, 10 times your wedding? Like, that is
Boys.
It's a house.
I cut that down. They came to me with like a $500K flower budget. I said, baby girl, they're flowers. Like, what do you, like, how, the arc for where we were standing, was like $50,000.
Do they know it's you? And do they say, oh, this is Logan, but we could charge a little more?
It's entirely possible. I also do think, generally, I think you get what you pay for. Our wedding planners, the Lake Como wedding planners, are very good. They're very good. And we got what we paid for. It was the best 3 days of my life. And so I'm not going to lie to you. Before the wedding, when I knew I was dropping $4 million on this, and like, you're paying for an experience, but like, it goes away. That's a sunk cost. You're $4 million. So this better be the best 3 days of my life. And genuinely it was. It was the best 3 days of my life. And like, I think a lot of the people there as well. And so at the end of it, I was okay with going, okay, I spent $4 million for everyone that I know and love to have an unforgettable weekend. Like a weekend so memorable. If you're on your deathbed and you're like images are flashing through your life, like I think the wedding is going to pop up for most people.
I would agree with that.
I spent $4 million.
Okay. Let me say this, and I think a lot of my audience were probably, either approaching or probably thinking about. Obviously, I'm not married. I'm really not into the concept of marriage, but I completely understand why people would get married. First and foremost, is a symbol of love. Also, there are some benefactors, depending what financial position you both are in. And there's some type of solidarity and stability there where, especially if you have a child, they could see a complete union where, they have a shared last name with their mother and their father. I completely get it. Not gonna lie, man, the idea of some of these lavish weddings are they cost a lot, bro. They do cost a lot. And when I seen this report or I seen this clip, I said, oh my God, $4 million. And if anyone in here is married or contemplating getting married and probably even have a wedding planner, or maybe you're a wedding planner yourself, I want you guys to throw out some numbers of what you're getting quoted. I'll use, without also putting my brother's business in the, fucking ecosphere. My brother got married last year, and it's about a year. It's like now his 1 year anniversary. And yeah, I was one of the people who were in the, obviously, is it groomsmen party? I don't know what it's called. It's like my third wedding I ever went to. And I'm going to be honest with you. Shout out to him and his beautiful queen. My brother usually isn't over the top, but I guess his woman kind of is. And obviously, you happy wife, happy life. So, he got down with the program. Bruv. And nigga, I'm rich. I went to their wedding and the whole time I was thinking about, how much this shit cost? How much this shit cost, nigga? I'm going to be honest with you. Weddings are, I feel like it's a black hole. Most couples who want to go out, big or have a lavish party, whatever, you're spending a mortgage on weddings. I think a decent wedding in the United States, especially if you want to bring, let's say 200 people, which that's a decent amount. That's a good amount. Decent wedding could run you upwards of $100,000. If you really want to get the bells and whistles, you could be in $200,000 land. You could get to even $250,000 depending on, do you want the lit DJ? You want that MC that people see on TV? You want that one singer? You want, in which he kind of breaks it down a little bit more on the longer video. The nigga said he spent $400,000 on flowers. And I would have normally said, cop! Until I heard about some of what florists charge for weddings. Disgusting prices. So when I heard that homeboy spent $400,000 on flowers, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Keep in mind, I know he's saying, yeah, you know what? Everybody had a great time. Brother, you're really spending that money for your girl to shit on her other single bitches that she's friends with and to show her mama that she's made it, because really, nobody's ever looked at like a woman getting a job or like some promotion, be like, oh, she's finally made it in life. It's always like you got that ring on your finger, you wear that dress, you walk down that aisle, sure, you've made it. So the wedding really is to kind of the woman showing out to like all of the people in her life to say, see, I told you I was going to do it. And as a guy, her happiness is your happiness at that point, because if she has a great time, it sets the tone for everything. And let me just say this. I was more than surprised how many people take out damn near mortgages to fund a wedding. And yes, it's not just the actual event, right? It's a couple days leading up to it. That's what the wedding planner does, everything in terms of, hey, make sure everybody gets their tuxes. This is this color scheme. This is that. Let's go pick this out. Let's go pick that out. Who do you want playing? What do you want? Who do you want to be the person who fucking referees the thing? Or the reverend? I don't know. But I was very pleasantly surprised how much, again, if you're down with just a courthouse wedding, clearly it's not going to cost that much, right? But if you want something really over the top, which is a lot of women dream, even if it's not that many people, they want to feel like the biggest princess on earth. Okay? They want to feel like the biggest princess on earth. And in that particular situation, you're going to have to spend through the ass, honestly speaking. Okay? Oh, I might have to get my dogs in a second. I could hear one of them barking. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get him in a second. Yeah, what happened is that geese come around where I live at, and they're ready to go crazy. Okay. Anyway, shout out to Logan Paul. By the way, he just sold a Pokemon card for like $60 million recently, so he's not like hurting for money. He's done some big business deals. He works with the WWE. He's getting a lot of money there. And I suppose what I should play, and as I'm about to go get my dogs, but it's important that you guys watch this. Let me see. All right. By the way, chat, should I tell you what happened? I feel like embarrassed a bit. I want to tell y'all. So recently, if you guys don't know, I have 4 Rottweilers. These, trust me, pull up at your own risk. You feel what I'm saying? Like, they like that. They love me, nobody else. Pluto's the dad. His girl, her name is Princess, and they have 2 kids, Prince and Penny, or Penelope. And what happens is, because nobody's neutered, yeah, if I'm in here fucking, my dog's got to be able to fuck too. Okay, I'm not into snipping off my dog's dick. I ain't with that shit. Yo, what's up, man? What we doing here? So I got, Big Pluto got to be able to do his thing, But I generally keep them separated, right? I keep them separated. And hold on. Oh shit, Charleston White called me not so long ago. I generally keep them separated. And me keeping them separated, so the boys hang with the boys and the girls hang with the girls. And now, I did send, Pluto got training and the mom got trained, not the kids. So Pluto was trained. And they, the trainer did tell me, he was like, hey, listen, let me tell you. So Pluto is a purebred German Shepherd. Ooh, my bad. He's a German Rottweiler. Sorry. He's a German Rottweiler. And what I was told, because, I remember when I told him, it's like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Homie got his girl pregnant. And they're like, what, are y'all keeping the kids? She had, was it nine pups, like 2 or 3 died. She suffocated 1, and by mistake, obviously. And then 2 came out stillborn. And the rest were like given away. 2 of them were being kept. I was only going to keep the guy, which is Prince. But then, I ain't gonna lie, the runts, which her name is Penny, like she's so beautiful. I had to keep her too. I couldn't put her like, I love her. So 4 dogs, I got a big ass house. Who gives a fuck? But usually I kind of separate them. Still nobody's dude, nobody's whatever. When I did get Pluto trained, they did say, yo, hey, listen, when you have 2 dogs, 2 males, you got to watch them around each other, because as they become older, it's really territorial. And, from time to time, Prince is now big as fuck. Like, he's big as hell. He gets into it with Pluto. And if you guys don't remember, Pluto broke his leg. So, which we got surgery. He's good now. But his son is young, vibrant, big as hell. And they've been kind of getting into it. I could separate them for a while after, but like, they're dogs, bro. You can't, gotta let dogs, we're not letting them fight, but it's just like, if they get a little territorial, they just start around each other. And what ended up happening recently is like actually yesterday morning, I'm fucking cleaning, or I'm about to let one of them out. And I looked and I'm like, there's like mad like blacks. I don't know what it was. I'm like, what? Dogs have diarrhea. I'm like, did this motherfucker have diarrhea around here? Come to find out, my grandson, Prince, the son of Pluto, he got in a fight with Pluto and Pluto bit straight through his ear. This nigga Pluto was like a fucking demon. So he was bleeding. I didn't even know he was bleeding when I brought him in. So anyway, I'm trying to get him back good. It's a superficial kind of like bite, but like it's fucked him up a bit. And currently I gotta have everybody separate. Well, I have to have Pluto separated from his son. So no more playing. His son gotta heal. And if you see me like have to like do a little bit more shuffling, is because I can't have them be around each other until he heals fully. But Pluto fucked him up. And I ain't gonna lie to you, he was starting to like, because I could tell Pluto was always looking at him like, bro, stop playing with me. And then I guess like they fought. I didn't see it. And he bit straight through the motherfucker's ear. So I'm dealing with an injured dog. And yes, those are my kids. So if you see me like go upstairs real quick and just kind of like shuffle them around and make sure they're good, that's why. Okay. So what I was told is that the older they get, I have to be warned and be careful, because they're so competitive and it's so territorial. 2 German male Rottweilers, they'll end up killing each other. Someone's gonna die. So now I'm thinking, all right, since this is like the first kind of injury I've seen, I can't have Pluto kick it with his son no more. Like, his son got to go do his own thing, and Pluto got to do his own thing, which puts me more in a pickle. But whatever, man. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab his son, and I just got to put some gauze and some like this ointment like on his ear real quick. It's gonna take me 2 minutes. But I want to play you this. What I was gonna play. Oh, I'll make it into a topic afterwards. But I was gonna play and segue into Floyd being talked about by Logan, about Floyd supposedly owing Logan Paul money. Okay, and I was gonna segue that into this idea why people keep saying Floyd is broke, and that's becoming like a really big conversation now. Let me see if I could pull this up off of here. Give me 1 second. And there's like a whole documentary about it, like a recent one too. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Is it here? Okay. All right. So you guys just watch this real quick.
Here with sadness today.
Watch this real quick, and I'm gonna just go grab, Prince to make sure he's straight.
To report to you that I'm incredibly disappointed in one of my all-time favorite fighters, my brother, Floyd Money Mayweather.
He doesn't have any money.
Imagine going from being the most paid athlete on earth to becoming broke and in trouble, all just in a few years.
Oh my goodness, so...
Yeah, see you in the courtroom. Congrats, you're going to prison, Floyd.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the story of Floyd Money Mayweather, a.k.a. Mr. The Best Ever, a.k.a. Mr. Money Don't Make Me, I Make Money.
Money don't make me, I make money.
But hey, was Mayweather truly making all that money? And how come there's suddenly news about him going broke all over the media? Well, you are about to witness the story about how a mixture of reckless spending, a super flashy lifestyle, and a couple of poor financial decisions can ruin even one of the richest athletes ever.
Who made the most money?
You did.
Who was the most accurate fighter of all time?
You were.
So it's basically saying that...
The greatest of all time.
Okay.
Oh, and you definitely heard that right. This man here once earned much more than any other athlete in the world, with fights like the one he had with Pacquiao earning him $250 million, and the one he had with McGregor earning him a whopping $300 million. In fact, Mayweather made over $1 billion from fights he had in his career, and if we are being honest, like really honest, he truly had a good one. However, it wasn't just about the paydays from his fights for his boxing legend. No. It was much more.
I still got all my buildings in New York City. I got over 100 cars paid for. I got 30 houses paid for. I own strip clubs, hookah lounges. I got champagne. I got vape pens. I got betting sites. I own hotels. The list goes on and on.
And that's exactly how things started taking a downhill turn for him. You see, Floyd cared more about leading a flashy, extravagant lifestyle and the illusion of unending wealth in his control than he cared about any other legacy. He wanted to be seen as the man who controlled all the wealth, and he would often take drastic actions or make boastful comments to ensure everyone gets that.
Oh, I got a bag back there.
Can you bring it up here? Where's the money? Let's see how much he's carrying. He's got a backpack with the money. Is it in a wallet? Oh, it really is. Oh, he's not even lying, yo. Are you serious? Okay, so I'll take 100.
This is 40.
Or a pile.
From splurging extravagantly on wristwatches and other jewelry to buying multiple luxury mansions and cars, this guy was all over the place, splashing money in millions. And here's the real kicker. He once boasted of owning an $18 million wristwatch. Oh!
Most expensive watch that I currently own is $18 million.
One watch.
One watch.
But then, here's one thing about leading this kind of extravagant and flashy lifestyle. The problems often find their way to your doorstep sooner or later. Now, from issues with the IRS to crypto scam cases, an alleged fake housing investment claim, and multiple unpaid debt settlement cases, these problems already seem to be knocking at the money man's door. And Floyd Mayweather's big exotic empire just seems to be finally crumbling.
Ladies and gentlemen, chaos broke out. And I'm not talking about legit bona fide boxing, pure boxing chaos. I'm talking about the kind of stuff that's just embarrassing.
Here's definitely where the story gets even more interesting. Come on. The shady real estate claims. Early in the year 2025, Mayweather came out in what was supposed to be a power move to announce that he had just acquired over 60 apartment units in New York, and that the total of houses he owned in the city was now at about 100 units.
I purchased 62 apartment buildings in
All right,
New York
I'm back.
City. And what I need you guys to do, slide over and check out the photos. It's not all 62 buildings, it's a few buildings, but get...
All right, chat. By the way, after this video, I want you guys all to slide over and get to Kick. We got about 4 hours left here. So we're kind of at halfway in the stream. Don't you worry. But I need you guys to get over to Kick because we are about to cut YouTube for a bit. Again, this is just part of our initiative, at least for this month. We're trying to, also make sure we have a presence and bolster our presence on Kick. We've done it successfully for all platforms. We're trying to do it for Kick, at least for this month. This doesn't mean we're abandoning any platform, but we do want to showcase and highlight our presence on Kick, because put like this, just to be bland with y'all, we have, like, I look at the number, we're streaming on like 4 platforms. We have 12,000 people watching, right? And, obviously, sometimes we look like a small streamer when we have it so spread out. So we kind of have to move the audience that these platforms could give us that respect, that we could really get stuff done. You get what I'm saying? We've done a good job of it before, and I know sometimes it might be inconvenience to y'all, but I'm keeping it 100 with y'all what it is, right?
Guess what? All the buildings belong to me.
Of course, this announcement was supposed to impress people and position Floyd as a serious investor in the real estate industry.
Now, I guess let me intro the topic a little bit more officially. So there's this idea that when you Google Floyd Mayweather, how much money has he made from boxing? There's a staggering number that he's earned an estimated $1.1 billion in his career from boxing. Like, the idea that Floyd could ever be broke just sounds absolutely ludicrous, because no matter what habits you have, like, some people, there's people that says, yo, if you give them $5-10 million, they could never spend that money throughout their lifetime. Now, usually the real truth with whatever amount, just name an amount, is, well, of course you can spend it depending on what your lifestyle is. Now, most people are thinking that if you give them $10 million or give them $8 million, they're like, well, my lifestyle right now costs me like $5,000 a month. Shit, $5,000 a month, that's $60,000 a year. In 10 years, that would be $600,000. Like, I could invest some of it. Like, I could live off of this for 20 years. And that's the thought for many people, right? Because in their mind, they're going to have all this money and live the same lifestyle. Now, trump that money up from $1 million to $10 million, then to $100 million. And people, like, they even more say, like, well, even if I got a nice car and I got a nice condo, I can't spend $100 million. But it becomes even more egregious when now it's thought of, you got to spend $1 billion. Could you? Well, it depends on your lifestyle, right? And the idea that Floyd has made $1.1 to $1.2 billion, and people are having this conversation that he's broke. Now, obviously, Floyd broke is different than our broke, but the idea of broke it means that maybe there's outstanding debt, he owes people, and he may have to continue to do things that maybe he wouldn't if he was financially just super well off for his current lifestyle. What does that mean? Would he be getting in the ring with a Mike Tyson? Would he be getting in the ring with a Pacquiao again? Would he be getting in the ring with a Logan Paul? If maybe he didn't need to hit another lick. Now, some might say, well, who doesn't want another $100 million payday? You're right. But is it one out of, I'm just stacking bread? Or is it, hey, I've gotten a couple debts that's outstanding. I need this $100 million debt, a lick, to pay off that $40 million that I owe right now. That's the conversation, okay? And this is where this video is trying to help us figure out. By the way, before we get to it, and this was the segue I wanted to do, is Logan Paul actually brought this back up again, because when he was asked, about, yo, so, didn't you make a lot of money from Floyd, from fighting Floyd? And he kind of came out and said, not really, because Floyd did something that was interesting. Now, what he's going to describe, I'll talk about it before he says it. He says Floyd sold the promotion for the fight to a Dubai company, and he got $10 million up front. And then he sold the same thing to an American company for more money. So apparently there's splits. He was supposed to get 15% of everything, which, by the way, good deal for Floyd, right? Well, I mean, I guess it should be like that, because Floyd is a decorated boxer. He's the world champion. He's the undefeated. Floyd's the GOAT. So it basically, if $1 million was made, Floyd would keep $850,000. Obviously, we're talking about profit here. $850,000, and then he would get 150,000. But if we talk about in millions, so for 10 million, he should get 1.5 and Floyd would get 8.5. But he's accusing Floyd of keeping the entire 10 million from this company he double sold to. Check this out.
No, I didn't make as much money as you'd think fighting Floyd.
Did you get paid from that?
He still owes me $1.5 million, maybe more.
How does he owe you the money? Why don't you just like...
Here's what happened. He pre-sold the fight using my likeness to some company in, I think, Dubai or like the Middle East for $10 million cash. We ended up doing the fight in the States with a different company. That is the company that put on the fight. That is the company that paid me. But he sold our fight with my name and likeness to someone else in Dubai for $10 million cash. It's our fight, bro. Our deal was 15%. He smoked me. So I got 15% of it. 15% of $10 million is $1.5 million. That company paid him that money, is suing him. I actually don't know the status on that lawsuit. I should check in because he still owes me money, but he has a bunch of legal trouble at the moment. I don't think I'm ever getting the money.
He just sold his house in Vegas.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I think, he's facing a bunch.
Rinsed on that house. He started at $14 million. Sold for 6.6.
No, I didn't make as much money as you.
Okay. Now, the guys on the podcast are mentioning that supposedly Floyd sold his house and lost a bunch of money, which kind of hints that maybe he sold at a probably not profitable time in the market, or he rushed to sell and he lost out on a bunch of money. When we Google that, we get, let me see, Floyd Mayweather sells house Vegas. Now, Floyd probably has a bunch of house. Right? He has a bunch of house, but let me see what this says.
Floyd Mayweather is trying to sell his house in Las Vegas, $14.5 million. It's 14,000 square feet. It's a beautiful community. Everything about this house is perfect. Wow. It's custom. And so
apparently Floyd built this house himself too.
So far, he just wasn't able to sell it. And he cut it $1 million, and $1 million, and $1 million. Still hasn't sold it. And now he's asking like $8.5 million. If they took like 6, I would take it.
Graham, why aren't you writing an offer, man?
I don't want to piss him off. Imagine you write a $6 million offer and you run into him. He's like, wait a second. That's the dude who lowballed my property.
It's not lowballing if that's what it really is at that point. Let me see. They're saying it's sold. Now, he probably has multiple houses, so it's probably not fair to kind of just only say, it's probably not fair to just say, oh, he's selling a house. People sell houses all the time. Like, for example, supposedly he sold a Beverly Hills mansion, or well, he listed it for $48 million. Oh, well, he listed let me see this. So this is another house. He's set to make an eye-watering profit from a 7-year investment. Okay. All right. On the year of his retirement, he bought this for $25 million and he listed it for 48. Now, some might be like, why is he listing it? I think that's a good flip. But some think that means he has money problems. Let me see. Floyd Mayweather sells Beverly Hills house. Let's see. He wanted 48. He bought it for... Oh, he did sell it. So he sold the Beverly Hills mansion for 11.5. Oh, wow. Huh? A significant loss from his purchase of 25. Remember, he wanted 48, but he sold it for less than half. Holy shit. It was originally listed at 48. So, wow. So he took a $14 million loss on that. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. So that's the LA home. What about his Vegas home? Okay. So he took a $14 million loss on the LA home. Floyd Mayweather, Vegas home. Let's see. At $10 million, Okay. In 2024, it was reported that he had listed this property. I guess this is one, right? Did he ever sell it? Did he ever sell it, chat? Okay, well, we just got to get an update on it. Here we go. Nah, this can't be. This is a $2.5 million house. And again, that's the thing. We don't know how many houses this guy has. So, like, maybe he's just, like, downsizing. You can't live in... How many houses could you live in once? It's like cars. Like, how many cars could you drive at once, right?
And unmatched in lifestyle, this is Floyd Mayweather's Southern Highlands estate. And for $9.5 million, it can be yours.
Okay. All right, this is annoying. Okay, really nice house, huh? I like house walkthroughs. I like that.
Every corner of this home exudes elegance.
One thing I like about Floyd's house is, I would think there would be more like, if you ever see Rick Ross's house, it's like just fucking tattooed with double R's and symbols of Rick Ross. It's like when you buy it, you know you're gonna have to give it a facelift to take off all his logos off of it. It's kind of like Drake's house, right? You know what I mean? Like these houses aren't kind of like made to be on the market. These houses are made with specificity. I fucked that word up. For yourself, because your branding is everywhere. In the middle of the pool, it's fucking in the fucking walkway. It's everywhere. But with Floyd's, I don't see TDE nowhere. Like with Michael Jordan's house, there used to be a big ass Superman logo. Was it? No, it wasn't Superman. That's Shaq's home in Orlando that he sold. But Michael Jordan's crib, he used to have the Jumpman logo everywhere.
And in this primary suite, you'll find all the luxuries fit for a champ.
Oh, that was cool.
With golf course views and access to...
I wonder what the status of Vegas, though. Are people moving to Vegas or no? Okay, but did it ever sell? Business Insider said they put a lien on his Las Vegas house. You know, we can't get an update on it. I guess we gotta take this guy at his word that it sold for $6 million. Let me see. Sells for $6 million. That's kind of crazy. If he sold 2 houses. If he sold 2 houses for a loss, like why not just hold on to it, right? Yeah, that's kind of odd. I do know that Floyd showed off a jet, right? Like when people were last saying like there's a whole wave of, yo, Floyd is broke. He showed off his jet and I was just like, shit, if this is broke, like sign me the fuck up, right? Floyd Mayweather, Instagram. So he showed off a jet. Yo, what the fuck is this? He's fighting another nigga? Oh, hell nah. Who the fuck is this? Mike Zimbitis. Who the heck is this nigga? Yo, who the hell is this guy? Telecom Center in Athens? He's fighting in Greece? Wait, he's fighting twice this year? So he's fighting Pacquiao, and he's fighting this guy? Who the fuck is Mike Zimbitis? Athens, get ready for an exhibition. Huh? Oh, wow. I've seen him do this. You know, this is a routine thing. It's not meant to show speed. He still has the faculties, clearly. Apparently, this is Roger Mayweather's son. You know what's so funny? When he fought Conor, they hated each other. But since they both got the bag, bro, they're like friends. Look in the comment section. Conor McGregor says, "Welcome home, Floyd." Like they're friends now, right? Why? They got a good finesse. I think Conor got like 100 million or some wild number off that fight. Like, shit, we can't be beefing when you gave me that much money, right? Okay. Yo, what does Floyd's security do when he's like practicing? It's like, just look at Floyd. I guess.
We are back.
Oh, you got some vodka. Okay, I see you, Floyd.
Money Mayweather and Beluga, we are back. It's a special day, Valentine's Day. us right here.
Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you why I'm watching this so keenly. Floyd doesn't drink. Like his whole thing, his whole career is that I don't drink, I don't smoke. That's why I'm always in good shape, and that's why I lasted that long. Pause. And that's why I was able to knock niggas out. Not knock people out, but be such a great fighter. He never compromised his body.
Let's toast.
Is he gonna drink it?
To the ones that we love. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, you could tell when it's a non-drinker. Me, I would have been salivating. I'm getting paid for this and I get to drink? What the fuck? Yo, this is the Rock's liquor. Yo, Rock, send me some money, nigga. I need that. You know what? Actually, this year, I'm going to make my own fucking tequila. I'm going to Mexico. Now that El Mencho's gone, I'm going over there. Actually, I shouldn't say that. They're going to kidnap me, right? Yeah. No, but I'm going to Mexico. I'm going to get my own tequila brand, bro. Like, if y'all niggas don't want to give me a fucking sponsorship, I'm going to do the Jay-Z, man. I'm going to just, like, start my own label. All right? This is crazy. All right, let me see if he drinks it.
And cheers. We are...
He never drinks it in the fucking commercial. At least he kept it real. All right, bet. Okay. So I guess he has a deal with these guys. All right, bet. Is he still fighting Floyd? No. Is he still fighting Pacquiao? Oh, it still says... He still says 2026 he's fighting Tyson. In Tokyo. What? So he's fighting one nigga in Athens. He's fighting Tyson in Tokyo. What the hell? And where's the Pacquiao thing? I thought I seen Pacquiao somewhere. Did he not post that? Tyson Pacquiao. Where is that? Yes, I hope the rumors aren't true. But revenues from the fights with Tyson and Pacquiao should get him back on track. I really hope he doesn't fumble generational wealth. It says it's been long speculated that Floyd was going broke. Allegations brought forth by many insiders like 50 Cent and Vlad. Wait, Vlad? What? Floyd just turned 49 years old. Has 3 scheduled bouts this year, 2 being exhibitions, the last with Pacquiao being a professional bout. When was the last time Floyd fought 3 times in a year? It was 2005 when he was 27. Okay, so it's Pacquiao. Did they give a date? They said it's in September. September in Vegas. Then Zambitas in Athens, Greece. And then Tyson in Tokyo. I think some of these things are going to like get canceled. There's no way. Somebody says, I lived on the same floor downtown LA as RCR. What's that? I don't know what that. Said fella had a big entourage equal big burn rate. They say he's fighting Iron Mike of boxing and the Iron Mike of kickboxing the same year. What the fuck? This is crazy. There's no way he's like really broke, right? What did Vlad say? Let's get to what Vlad said, and then we'll go back to that documentary. Chat, also, get over to Kick, chat. We need everybody over at Kick. We're about to cut soon. Vlad Mayweather. Let's see.
Easy, and I don't know whether it's true, but I was hanging out at Wes Watson's house, right? He's a big like fitness influencer.
Yeah, I know
You know who he is, right? So we did a house tour.
Bald head, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
white dude, big,
like prisoner guy.
prisoner
Okay,
guy,
I know
right?
what you're
Exactly. So but when we're getting ready to shoot, he's got like these kind of people at his house,
right?
And there's this like old school jeweler dude there. Like they're like, oh, this is like one of the OG jeweler guys. This is like who everyone else gets their stuff from. And he told me, and I'm not going to say who it is, but he's like, Mayweather's broke. I said, no. He's like, no, really. Mayweather's broke. Now, I don't know if it's true.
Right.
This is what this guy told me. I'm like, how could he be broke? He's like, yo, he spends like crazy.
Yeah.
Spends like
I
crazy.
mean, it only could go but so long. I mean, and you're not fighting.
Yeah.
Because I don't see Mayweather even doing any goofy shit like that.
But you would think that your investments would continue to grow,
right?
As long as you keep your spending under wraps. Like right now, like I could retire right now. This could be my last interview ever,
right?
And with my investments, You know, I invested into a lot of great companies like Google and Amazon and Tesla over the years, and those companies have all grown and continue to grow, right? And I could actually borrow money against my stock portfolio without even selling my stocks.
Right.
So I assumed that Mayweather was in a similar spot because he made so much cash, and if you invested even in common stocks, you should do pretty well. But I mean, listen, Mayweather never flies commercial. He's only flying private.
So he doesn't own his own plane?
I don't think so. I've never seen a Mayweather plane, like a Drake plane. I've never seen that. Not to say that he doesn't. I don't know Mayweather like that. I've never even met him. So I don't know. I mean, you have a lot of properties. You have a lot of money you're constantly spending.
Right.
I don't know. Remember at one point he said he was buying like the jewelry district building.
Yeah, and they said
that wasn't true.
Was yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know this man's finances, but this guy told me that Mayweather is in financial problems.
See, here's the shitty part about actually losing your money when you're...
Okay, so I guess he heard from a jeweler. Well, you know, I would have normally said cap, because sometimes, you know, people just want to be up in your fucking business, and they want to know everything about you. And because you don't tell them, or they might see you do some strategic moves, they're like, you know, they make up an assumption. The only thing with Floyd, and the most damning thing for me, was when he filed the lawsuit against, I believe, Showtime or whoever it was. And he basically admitted that none of the monies ever got paid directly to him. It got paid to middlemen, one of them being, I forgot what the guy's name is, but they acted as his manager or his handler, and they would all take their money off the top. They would, you know, kind of like delay payment to him, or, you know, like it would be very odd to the point that Floyd would have to go to them for money. And the main takeaway from that is if the money ain't coming directly in your bank account and niggas is taking their pay, you know, without you paying them, and you have no idea about these things, and you're not looking at your account, I could see why your money kind of goes up in flames, right? Like the lawsuit was really damning. I think this thing might cover the lawsuit, so let me keep playing it.
However, something else also happened. Reporters from Business Insiders did a little digging into the claim, and what they found was absolutely shocking. According to the investigations, it was revealed that there was no transaction of such nature with Mayweather's name in the New York property records. Instead, the majority ownership of the properties in question was owned by Black Spruce Management. The New York City Housing Partnership also said they were not informed of such large-scale transfer of property ownership or intending sales in the city. So there's definitely something fishy going on. To Floyd's credit, though, a spokesperson from the Black Spruce Management recognized and described him as a reliable partner who stands as a great ambassador for affordable housing. Plus, investigations also revealed that the boxing hero only purchased a minority ownership interest in the portfolio, with options to expand the stake.
Damn, how they got Floyd looking like Soulja Boy? This is crazy.
Over time, or acquire the buildings in their entirety. However, you can remember that in his announcement video, Floyd insisted that the buildings were all his, and that he did not have any partner whatsoever. At some point, he was even doing a tour around the city to show off the buildings as his own, and doubling down on his no partners claim. By the way, this is not the first time the man is making a claim of purchasing properties in real estate. Here's another time he was boasting of owning 9 skyscrapers in New York City alone.
If you guys haven't seen one of my buildings, is One Summit, you know.
Yes.
You know, it's actually it's one of the tallest commercial buildings in the world. So just in New York alone, I got 9 skyscrapers.
And here, he was being dodgy when asked about the building's address.
Just to that building.
I don't know that one about
So yeah, something fishy is really going on. Well, in his defense, Money Mayweather has come out to say that he didn't lie when he talked about his investments. According to him, he could be anything, but never a liar.
My company, I'm not a liar. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a liar.
He has even gone ahead to sue Business Insiders for the story they put out about him, insisting that they are cooking up lies against him and his businesses.
I worked hard to build my name, to build my reputation, and I'm not gonna let anyone go out there and smear my name and talk bad about me, talk bad about my family, or talk bad about my...
Anyways, in all of these, one thing is abundantly clear, and it's the fact that Mr. Floyd Mayweather didn't tell us the whole truth when he initially came out to announce his mega investment in New York City's real estate. He didn't tell us that he was only just a minority investor, and he didn't tell us that he was partnering with Black Spruce Management, who are even the majority stockholders in the business as things stand now. Obviously, the money man wanted to flex and brag about the whole business in his usual character. But sadly, that half-truth opened up a can of controversies on him. Controversies that are revealing more cracks in his money empire and showing us that things might not just be as rosy as he has been trying to make us believe all these while. And talking about controversies, this definitely isn't the first time for Mr. Money. Here's another one that really shook the internet and had everyone talking about whether Mayweather has truly gone broke.
It's for a rematch. Floyd is broke, man. I've been saying it.
Do you remember the exhibition fight Mayweather had against Logan Paul? Yeah, we were talking about this one.
How did I win?
Logan Paul just beat Floyd Mayweather.
Well, it turns out that the fight didn't just end that night. Instead, a beef between the two fighters dragged on for months and even ended up in a court case. They even got in a physical brawl for it.
I'm my own boss. I'm my own boss. One night. Got your hat. Got your hat. Got your hat.
It also sparked a controversy that made people see Mayweather in a different way. This one's definitely got to be the most interesting boxing aftermath you'd ever witness, and it started from the very night of the fight.
Logan Paul tries to pressure Floyd, trying to unload.
I was impressed by Floyd. Floyd really stood in there, and yo, this nigga threw the hardest punches he could.
Different angles, Floyd covering up. Logan going.
Firstly, you naturally expect an absolute boxing legend like Mayweather not to be in the same boxing ring with some random YouTube fighter like Logan Paul, right? And even if it did happen that they got in the same ring, you'd expect that Floyd would smoke the random fighter with a knockout in the very first round of the fight, right? Yeah, well, it didn't happen like that. Surprisingly, this fight was supposed to be an easy win for the boxing legend, but it started to drag out and lasted as long as 8 rounds. In fact, it seemed like Mayweather was not even doing much damage to Logan Paul at some point. So it wasn't surprising when the fight ended and Logan started strutting around and boasting as if he won the fight.
There's so much for that.
And if we are being honest, lasting up to 8 rounds against Mr. The Best Ever in a boxing match can be seen as almost equivalent to victory for a fighter in Logan's level. Mayweather would later come out to say that the fight only lasted that long because it was an exhibition. According to him, if it were to be a real boxing match, then he would have finished off Logan from the very first round.
I could have really pressed real hard, start going, there's crazy combinations, but,
However, the explanation was already too late at that point because something else, something even more interesting and damning, was already brewing. This time, it had to do with money. Again. You see, not long after the fight, Logan Paul would come out to make a very serious accusation against Mayweather. It was an accusation that had people surprised and even had top analysts asking questions about what was really going on. This is because, according to Logan, Mayweather was yet to pay him completely for the fight.
No, he has not paid me in full. That is a fact.
No
short a few mil, yeah.
Wow.
Of course, this revelation blew up a can of controversies on Mayweather again. It became a buzz in the fighting world, and you can trust that Logan was there all the way to put more fire on the grill.
Okay, a couple million somehow that is just missing. Where did the money go? Floyd said he could afford a Jeff Bezos-sized jet from the money he made from that fight. I ain't got no fucking jet. What the fuck, dude? I'm missing a couple mil. We're gonna find it, bro.
This dude was like a thorn that has refused to let go in Floyd's flesh. He seized every single opportunity to talk about the money and was constantly asking Mr. Mayweather to pay up what he owed him. According to Logan, he noticed that Floyd was trying to be sneaky and take advantage of him because he was a newbie in the boxing world, and he wouldn't just take that.
Eventually, right? I realized, okay, I'm being strung along. This is a classic, hey, buddy, you're the new guy in this industry. We're gonna puppeteer you however we want. Hop on for the ride and shut up. Instead of shutting up, I make fun of him on social media and let everyone know that he doesn't.
At some point, Logan went as far as threatening to sue Mayweather for that money.
Yeah. So we're gonna sue Floyd Mayweather.
Indeed, Mayweather did not like being in such a spotlight, especially considering all the heat that was coming with it. So he had to respond to these accusations and at least offer some explanations. According to him, Logan was making all that noise because he didn't know how payment works in the boxing industry. The pay-per-view money usually takes some time to come, so if you gotta earn from it, then you gotta be patient. The boxing legend was also a bit cocky though, and told Logan to shut up and enjoy the biggest payday he ever had in his life.
You know, the money is not coming fast.
Boxing. It even got the tough man himself almost teary at some point.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about it. We're gonna get through this.
Now, remember when we talked about leading a super flashy and extravagant lifestyle and how it often comes with consequences? Well, one of those consequences is that you are most likely to run into troubles with the IRS at some point. Yep, you guessed right. Floyd Mayweather has already hit that point in his troubles, and it's not even the first time. So, here's one thing about owning private jets, expensive cars, luxurious mansions, and jewelry that run into millions of dollars in cost. They often come with extra baggage in terms of expensive maintenance and outrageous taxes. You definitely have to plan for these things before making your purchase, or you might just be shooting yourself in the foot. Boom. In Floyd's case, he must have forgotten about the...
It is such an obnoxious picture.
These extra costs of owning the luxury properties, or he was just too focused on showing it off to his Instagram audience that he stopped caring about anything else. Anyways, you can always trust the IRS to come knocking once he defaulted on his taxes and other bills, and they came in guns blazing. The gist is that the IRS has been on Floyd's tail for a long while now, dating back to even before 2015 when he had that big money fight with Pacquiao. Obviously, he has been making luxurious purchases like this expensive mansion here, a fleet of over 100 cars,
Lambo.
Damn.
Ferrari.
I always liked his car collection. It was all black.
Ferrari.
Hey, by the way, chat, this is a 5-minute warning. Please, everybody get on over to kick.com/academics. Everybody get over to kick.com/academics. We're doing our next topic completely on Kick. I would love for everybody to come on over. If you don't come on over, you'll still be able to get the clips still on YouTube, but we're going to be doing the rest of the few hours we have on kick.com, okay?
Ferrari. Lambo. Maybach, a Maybach, whatever you want to call it.
Ooh, that's an old Mercedes. Is good.
Of course. The McLaren.
This flashy collection of blings and many others. However, he has failed to keep up with the...
Oh, is that the Mercedes? Wait. Oh, that's the SLR McLaren. Holy. That's fire. Oh, shit. It's a lot of money.
The financial responsibility of paying the complete taxes that come with owning such luxury items. And even though Floyd claims to have paid millions of dollars in taxes over the years while trying to downplay the severity of the case, the IRS still insists that he owes a lot of money,
holy shit,
reaching up to tens of millions. But this particular case started in 2017, when Floyd failed to pay his complete tax duties for the year. Oh, and he did not just stop at not paying, he also tried to play a fast one on the agency. In order to evade fulfilling his complete tax duties for the year, the smart money man decided to claim that he made outrageous expenses on legal battles that year, totaling about $15 million. Now, in case you do not get what this smart man was trying to drive at, here's a short explanation for you. Apparently, Floyd thought the IRS would not collect taxes for money spent as legal expenses. So, if
they usually don't,
that he spent all that money on legal battles in the year, then he would be getting some massive tax waivers. That's some genius move, if I am being honest. Anyways, the IRS was not having any of that, and they insisted that the retired boxer was to pay his full tax obligations. In fact, they even served him a letter saying he was about to pay $5.5 million more in taxes for that year. Plus, they also charged him an additional $1.1 million as penalty for the inconsistencies on his tax return, and obviously for trying to play on their intelligence. These people went as far as seizing some of the legendary boxer's prized assets.
A car back there. We're gonna take that car.
Of course, Floyd didn't
That was Tekashi's card, not Floyd's.
like what was going on, and he decided not to take it lying down. So he took the IRS to court. His argument remained that they should consider his legal expenses for the year and give him some waivers. However, the IRS doubled down and was like, nah, we ain't giving you nada. According to them, they were not going to allow the deductions because Floyd wasn't able to prove that the legal expenses were paid or incurred in that tax year, and that it didn't even really qualify as legal expenses in the first place. In fact, they actually considered it as ordinary business expenses. In the end, though, Mayweather threw in the towel and agreed to pay the sum before the case officially went to court. So, we can technically say the IRS won that round, even though Floyd's lawyer would later try to downplay the whole case, saying that the only issue in the case was which year the deduction was allowable, 2017 or 2018. The taxpayer has amicably resolved the issue with the IRS.
Chat, we're officially going over to Kick, chat. Please, everybody go meet me over there. Please, on Kick. If you don't choose to come, I will catch your ass tomorrow. We're actually belting out a bunch of 8-hour streams this week, so feel me? Kick got my ass working. Well, not really. I might not even show up. No, I'm playing. No. I'll be back tomorrow if you guys don't want to watch. I'm on Kick, but I will be on Kick for the next couple hours, all right? Chat, everybody go over to Kick. If you're on Rumble, you got to go over to Kick too. Everybody go to Kick, kick.com/academics. We're still rocking. I'm going to watch this for about like 15 more minutes, and then we got about 7 more topics we got to get to, all right? Kick.com/academics. Meet you guys there.